Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you can hear me. See my screen. Thank you, Paradox. Anybody in YouTube? We had a problem with YouTube at the end of the day. Somehow we lost the feed. So I just want to check to make sure you guys in YouTube can hear me also. Maybe somebody in YouTube can just put a little yes. There you go. Thank you, Les. Okay, guys, so what is happening today? Well, we've got a couple of earnings plays that are just getting hit hard, especially DKS. DKS, Exporting Goods, is getting hit really hard. Look at this, down 20% through the 200-day moving average in a big way. In a big way. That's a massive gap down, guys. Down $30. DKS. Boy, oh boy, I don't know what I don't read the reports in any detail, but that is a huge, huge drop. And they're cutting their profit outlook, so obviously they're not suggesting that anything's going to change for the next quarter. So, I mean, if you look at a weekly chart for Dix, you would think that maybe the 111, 112 area might be some support. This is a tough one right now. Boy, it's a big gap down. And the other big retailer is Macy's. Not quite as dramatic. It's down 7%. But Macy's now, the next low looking left on Macy's is 1278. So there's almost a dollar to the next low looking left on the daily chart for Macy's. Now, Macy's in the past during its earnings day actually seen quite a few good bounces on Macy's. So have to pay attention on that one for a bounce. The market is in for well, as we speak anyway, a positive open. We had a big rally yesterday in tech stocks, I guess. Nas was up, Dow was down a little, SPY was up. And let's see, Novavax, NVAX, running up here, 5.8%, Novavax running. The next high looking left is around 9 for Novavax, NVAX. Now, NVIDIA, I may do something on this one. I may break my rule. I will not take very many. They have earnings after hours today. I'm sorry, that's tomorrow. I'm sorry, that is tomorrow. They have earnings after hours tomorrow. So might have to see what I might take a little, just a little bit. It won't be NVDA, it'll be NVDL. And just see, and I won't go crazy. I mean, if it drops $10 on NVDL or NVDL or even 20, it's not going to kill me. But that'll be tomorrow. Another earnings play is MNSO. China stock, not very much volume yet. Big breakout though. If you look at the daily chart, that is a big breakout for MNSO. Ah, man, we don't have any information on the float or the short float. Give me a moment. Well, even going to dilution tracker, I don't see any information on it either. And the reason is that it might be over 500 million market cap. Might be. It's hard to imagine that with that float. I know the float's at zero, but if it's zero, if we don't have any information, it's probably not a big float. Let me do one more check. It's important because we got to know this is a big gap up for MNSO. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, it's a big float actually. It is a big float. That's why. Okay, it's a big float. 300 million in the float. Okay, so that's the reason why it's not on dilution tracker. They only look at stocks under 500 million market cap. So that's a big float for MNSO. Give me a moment, guys. All right. What else? FN. FN is an earnings play. FN is an earnings play. Not much volume right now. This release earnings after hours, so you can see the reaction after hours. And this is an all-time high now, guys. Paradox. PJ, this could be one. PJ, if you're around, looking at these ones all-time highs, earnings plays. Market is at least to begin with will be on our side. FN. Problem is right now, not very much volume. It'll pick up, of course. And Baidu, another big name earnings play, guys. Baidu, BIDU is gapping up. Baidu is gapping up on earnings. Take a look at what KWeb is doing. If Baidu is going counter to what KWeb is doing, yeah, well, KWeb's having a little pop. China ETF. Now, you might want to keep an eye on Comerica. CMA has been downgraded by Moody's. One of those banks, another bank being downgraded by Moody's. So, I mean, if this is a pretty key area for to try to hold 46. I mean, if it takes out 46, the next low looking left is 44.68. So I'm going to stick an alert right around, actually right around here, around 46, 46.48. Just, excuse me, stick a price alert right around there. And the other one was KeyBank, another one that was downgraded by Moody's, KEY. And the last one, this was actually on top of my list here, FULC. They had FDA lifted, looks like they lifted their clinical hold. So FULC, big gap up for it, 35%, 58 million in the float, not high, not low. So I mean, look at the room this has got on the weekly chart, 681. 681-ish is the next high on the weekly chart. So that is FULC. And of course, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. It hit 650 in the pre-market for FULC. And again, this is the news. FDA lifts clinical hold on sickle cell disease candidate. Okay, so that is the news for FULC. All right, let me take a look at what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Hardly any from yesterday. Wow, hardly any today on the downgrade side, and a few more upgrades. So let's take a look at some of them, see if anything is interesting. Let's take a look at app. I want to see what the price of app is right now before I tell you what the upgrade target is. Well, the target is 50, so we're at 40 right now. This is Jeffries upgrade. I think they had a previous price target of 20, and now they've got a price target of 50. We're just looking for anything that has some kind of a like that one, 20 to 50, but it was already at 40. Well, who's doing this with Stifle? Stifle with Fulcrum, okay, FULC. They had a previous price target of 4, and now they've got a price target of 11. Okay, so again, this is an earnings play. I'm sorry, not an earnings play. This is the FDA clinical hold was lifted. Okay, but they've Stifel is putting an $11 price target on them, and as we look left, it's got room. Big pop, 39%, lots of volume, 4.5 million shares. And again, guys, these price targets are just analyst opinions. Okay. Okay, what I want to look at now is let's see, Goldman's got an upgrade from okay, so they're upgrading Jeffries, a rival brokerage firm. Not much of a rival they are, but JEF. They're upgrading Jeffries to a 40, so buy target, yeah. Upgraded Jeffries to buy with a target of 40, and it's for JEF. So those are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Hardly any downgrades. Let me get them in and I'll take a look at a couple of them. Goldman is downgraded a couple. Okay, so let's take a look at CERT, Certura. Downgrade by Goldman to, okay, sorry guys, give me a moment. And give me one more moment. All right, so CERT, CERT, let's see, 1569 is the price right now, and Goldman has downgraded it, or Jeffries has downgraded it to, we're getting this crazy one, guys, HKD. Again, I'll have to say, I'm going to say it as many times as possible. Highly, highly volatile and risky. But HKD is doing its thing again. It's always amazing that we can still see it on that weekly chart back in this week of, well, about a year ago when it hit $2,500 HKD for no reason at all. Okay, so Goldman has downgraded Evercore EVR, and they've downgraded it to 140, so it's below that. And XEL, now Bank of America has been pretty good recently with their downgrades or upgrades. Let's take a look at XEL. Yeah. So what I'm looking for, when they have a price, they had a price target of 72 before, and now it's 60, but it's below it, so doesn't help us. Rhythm. Let's take a look at Rhythm, RYTM. See if I can find any news. Liam's talking about Rhythm. Give me one moment. Okay, Rhythm, RYTM. Well, the only thing I see here now, I'm not going to read through this, but this was released after hours yesterday. A material event, Form 8K. I'm not going to read through it all. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. So, William, will that have anything? I mean, I obviously I'm not going to be able to read through this, but this was released after hours yesterday. Some kind of a material event, Form 8K. I mean, it would seem so based on the fact it says a material event. So anyway, I cannot. I'm not going to read through all this, but the thing is that there was really no reaction after hours yesterday, and that was released after hours. But anyway, there is some. But wait a minute, only 1,200 shares, guys. Only 1,200 shares. So I guess we shouldn't go overboard on this. 1,200 shares. I mean, this could pop right back up. One moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah. So let's not go overboard on this one. There's only 1,200 shares. I mean, that could pop right back up. Oh, I see, Liam. You even said tiny volume. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. All right, guys, let's see what else. Anything else sneaking in here? PMN. Again, I'm losing my I don't know. I don't even know what the word is. My focus on some of these small ones. I really don't care about them right now. They're just too erratic, popping up, popping down. So look at the odd gem, but we're certainly not seeing a lot of these small, low floaters that are having good continuation plays. At least I'm not for the last several weeks. Look at that FN. That FN is on the move here. All time high. Fortinet, all time high. Okay, so they're in the Cayman Islands, obviously for tax reasons. Wonder where they're really out of. All right, guys, let me take a look at the sector. So again, we're in for a positive open. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. Sector status. Interesting. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. In the old days, several months ago, when we would look at this in the pre-market, it used to be kind of an all or nothing, meaning that 100% of the stocks were either up or 100% of the stocks were down compared to yesterday's close. You can see right now it's about 50-50. That's what the 57% green means, that 57% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what these numbers refer to. So again, with the market having a positive open, you can see, look at tech, 93%, communications, 81%. But as always, what I really want to do is take a look at where are they with respect to their 200-day moving average. Take a look at XLE. Now, XLE had a pretty good day yesterday. Yeah, so, but you know what I really want to see is tech, because tech was starting to slide. XLK, you can, on the daily chart, that blue line you see here is the 200-day moving average, and you can see that tech has been kind of sliding. But yesterday and now today, we're starting to move a little bit away from it. Okay. Now the other major set, we had two major sectors that were below, and that one was financial. So you can see that financial is trying to get back to that 200-day moving average, but still below it. And the other major one was Stibbles, I believe, XLP. XLP is still moving away from the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. The XLV is still above it. Wow, look at FN. Did you take that one? I didn't take it. A little too early for me, but boy, look at FN. Look at FN move here, guys. This is an earnings play, not a lot of volume, and it's an all-time high. Is Nord Now Nordstrom's maybe sympathy play with Macy's, guys. JWN sympathy play with Nordstrom's. It's not an earnings play, but earnings are coming up for Nordstrom's, JWN. And more importantly, look at this through the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 1856. The VWAP is basically the same. And take a look through the 200-day moving average now. I just for fun, I typed in TSLA in my one trading view chart and I didn't see it. Freaky, freaky. Okay, guys, see if anything else is sneaking in here. DFLI is a real cheap earnings play, guys. Not terribly interested. DFLI. But you know what? It is shortable for me, and it's below. I mean, I haven't shorted a cheap one like this for a long time, but it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's an all-time low, basically an all-time low for DFLI. So again, guys, if you want to, do something with NVIDIA instead of having to pay $400+ you could always do this NVDL ETF for NVIDIA, a little bit cheaper, quarter the price. Okay, ARMK, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. This is somebody mentioned this one. ARMK, this is a big pop up right now. Happened at well, right like 9:15. That's a 9:15 candle. Didn't see it until now. Okay, guys, there's CMA. So CMA again downgraded by Moody's on the way down now. Wow, this is a pretty important level for it to try to hold. But where's that ARMK again? Raised to buy from neutral, $43 price target put on it by UBS. I don't know if that's the only reason. Yeah, and you're mentioning VFS. This is this new one from well, actually, it seems I thought it was like last week, but I guess it's almost 3 weeks, 2 weeks now. No, I think it started trading as VFS last week. So this is this Vietnam EV player, was a SPAC before, turned into VFS. The target, thank you, Captain. 6 seconds, 5 seconds for the 1 minute. Target, yeah, target was downgraded, TGP. Well, this is the day before its earnings. This was a few days ago, and it's right there. So that was a big earnings pop for Target on the 23rd, but it's been drifting down ever since. Okay, guys, a little over 30 seconds until the open. ASLE. Let's take a look, Christine. ASLE. Yeah, had a nice move after hours. Not too much volume yet. AirSail completes the certification flight testing for Airwear. This was on the 21st. This was after hours. So this was the reason for the pump. All right, guys, let me get rid of this. I'll get ready for my open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Market just opened. Wow, look at FN. Huh, because that was the deal. PJ, just take it in the pre-market. There's a $3, $4, $5 move now, $10 move. Look at the drop in Novavax. It got up to 860, 870, and dropped all the way back down to 8. That's NVA. Now Zoom, is Zoom an earnings play? Yeah, Zoom is an earnings play. ZM is an earnings play. Didn't really see it, but ZM is an earnings play, and it is moving down. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Actually, look at the reaction. I mean, look really good. That's that mauve area on my chart. That looked really good. In fact, I did read something about they're trying to branch into other types of businesses. Mizuho reiterates a buy with $100 share price. Well, that's got a ways to go, guys. The Zoom is just tanking here. Shouldn't say tanking. It's only down $1, but from where it was, it's tanking from the pre-market and the after hours yesterday. I mean, this was $74 after hours. All right, let's take a look at the market. A couple of minutes in now. So NASA's up, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. Nothing fabulous yet. All right, this is earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play too. This CSIQ. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, but CSIQ moving down on earnings and the next low looking left looks like we're on 23. Is that right? 2674. 2674 is the next low looking left for SCIQ on the weekly chart. Ooh, that's a big pullback for FN. Yeah, you're right. 150, 155 down to 149. This is from yesterday, ALVR. Okay. Ah, just my goodness. That's scary, Luis. I didn't do this. I didn't do this on purpose. You just mentioned ALVR and it just popped up on my price alert screen. That is pretty scary stuff. And it popped up because now it's above yesterday's high. Oh my goodness, we have our first halt of the day and AMC. Wow. All-time low now, looks like. Almost all-time low. Give me a moment, guys. You know what? This might be the big fade today, guys. PANW might be the big fade. Oh, William. Well, I don't know what you're doing with DKS, but that is just tanking right now. Right. Okay, guys. So FULC with the clinical hold. Now, the problem with FULC, you can probably see there's the 200-day moving average at 568. It did pop above it a little bit, but it's might struggle to get through it. So there is the 200-day moving average for FULC that may block it for a while anyway. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers or AMC now. Wow. I wonder if this, wow, look at Nvidia. Well, I'm glad I didn't look at Nvidia. Well, looking at NVDL, okay, proxy for Nvidia. Look at this, 100 down to 97. Is Ape still around? I think isn't Ape disappearing tomorrow? Yeah, AMC target price lowered to $1.55 by Citi. Look at it. I've got to bring up the stock, guys. NVDA. I got to bring up the stock now. Look at this stuff. Look at this. NVDA. Big opening 15-minute candle. Fairly ominous. It's Friday morning. That's when it's done. Ape disappears. And AMC will be diluted. Yeah, will be diluted like you wouldn't believe. All right, guys. Well, that's why I like to wait out that first 15 minutes. Lots and lots of whippy action. Might look interesting. Just be careful. I mean, I'm just going to reiterate on the HKD. Just be very careful. It's not that that it is an insanely low float. No, we don't have any float info, but it's getting tiring, guys. We are. Let me just see if I can check that float info. Looks like 16 million in the float. Okay, guys. Now this SD, this surprised me yesterday. So this SD is tied into, oh man, what was it? PPP, what was it tied into, guys? Who's the company buying them? PO? Well, Mizuho has a $22 price target on, but they're being bought by Permian PR. They're being bought by PR, and it's an all stock deal. So PR is buying EST, but it's an all stock deal. So you have to keep an eye on PR's share price. So PR is moving. So is ESTE. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, PR. Well, FULC guys, now through the 200-day moving average as we speak. Okay, 568 is, and it's got a lot of room. Well, a lot of room. Next high, yeah, 663. 663 on the weekly chart for FULC. And it's about the FDA lifted their clinical halt or clinical hold on their drug. Or this SD is well, if you're going to buy SD, you're going to have PO side by side because it's completely tied into the share price. I'm not sure I understand why Mizuho is raising their target to 22 unless they think PO is going to keep moving higher. Shady's talking about NSSC from yesterday. I haven't looked at that one from yesterday. Did I say PO? I meant PR. Okay, guys, AAOI last week's high was 1590, so it's close to last week's high. Just a minute, guys. What about timber? They're also getting bought. Depends on the structure, Peter. The structure with SD is that it's an all stock transaction tied completely to PO. So PR, sorry, PR. So as PR goes up, so should EST. I have no idea what the structure is with the TMBR. Okay, guys, we are now 15 minutes in. I can take maybe a closer look at some of these things. Well, now retailers are getting hit here, guys. Now here's my my favorite company, Best Buy. The next low looking left, 75 set. Yeah, so it's got a little bit of room, and then underneath that, 72. Looks like the retailers. Take a look at give me a moment. Yeah, so the retailers are getting hit, guys. You can just see, look at the retailers. So Target's been downgraded. Macy's not having a great day. Uh, Best Buy, I mean, it's not an earnings play, but seems like all look and look at that. Look at that 200-day moving average was now broken down below it. So the retailers are definitely getting hit. Look at FULC. I'm not in it, guys, but FULC, a nice one now from the option scanner. It was a little too early for me to take it, but now if you took this one, just be aware of that. I think that 641 mark. Actually, 665. Yeah, 665 twice on the weekly chart is the next high. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Under Armour to be doing well. So before everybody says that's a terrible trade of the week, it's a non-existent trade of the week. It never triggered. Okay. So, if you follow the email, it has an entry price and never hit it. Oh, this is just ripping here. Folk FULC. It's actually an AI play too. Just noticing now. What's the float on this one? Yeah, it's not a crazy low float. 58 million. It's not a crazy low float. It's the only one on the option scanner today. What an alert. 575, but it was at 9:35, just too early for me to do it. So I can see AMC came out of its halt at 9:46, so 6 minutes ago, and is continuing down. Another wow, Bath and Body Works, another retailer, guys, just being hit. Retail just taking it on the chin today. So again, we've got this mild disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow down a little. We got this Nas is up a little. SPY is not basically flat. Aha! This is the one from yesterday, guys. TSAT still on the move here. Wow! Look at this. The tough spread right now, but TSAT on the move. What a great earnings play from 2 weeks ago. I mean, this was a $8 stock, $20 now. Whoa! Look at GME now too. The memers are in disarray right now, guys. On great ideas. Wow, look at NV. I mean, Nvidia is just taking it on the chin here. Boy, I almost took that NVDL in the pre-market right at 100. But something said, "No, don't do it. There's no rush." and now it dropped $6. Well, there's Barbie, Hasbro, guys, HAS. I'm surprised. I mean, it really hasn't. I wonder how much they actually add to the bottom line. You would have thought a lot, but you know what? I mean, since the movie, it really hasn't done anything. But today it is popping and, bucking the trend of the retailers being down. Well, Zoom, Zoom, Zoom is doing anything but. All right. Well, Shady's NSSC now is actually showing up in the option scanner. Yesterday's high, it's getting closer. Yesterday's high was 23.69. So it's still about a dollar away from yesterday's high. So these are the only two. Actually, PR was in the option scanner also. 1380. What's the price now? 1380. Another retailer, guys, KSS, another retailer getting closer to the 200-day moving average. That's KSS, 200-day moving average is 25.95. So not that far away from the 200-day moving average. So again, retail just getting kicked today. I'm surprised that NAS is still up with Nvidia really, moving down ahead of earnings tomorrow after the market closes. Okay, guys. So the alert for NSSC in the option scanner was 2257. Well, I tried to get some, but the spread just sort of widened on me for the NSSC. Tried to get some. All right, guys. Well, Best Buy, sayonara for a while anyway. Look at this. Best Buy. It was at the 200-day moving average yesterday but just a big move down. And it's nothing. Let's see. So August 29th is when they're, I don't know if Best Buy Q2 revenues to slump, analyst still calls it key player, but So they have earnings next week. Halted again on the way up or down? AMC halted on the way up or down? Yeah, a little bit on the way up. Okay. Yeah. So as I understand it, with that conversion taking place, there are going to be a ton more shares added to the float. Anyway, yeah, the first time it was blocked, Grumpy, but then I don't know, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, it was okay. First time it was blocked. All right, PCT now. PCT and CSIQ. CSIQ now showing up on the option scanner on the way down. Couldn't get it. Moving too fast on me, the CSIQ. All right, how about PCT? Well, this PCT is interesting. It's got room. It's got certainly has some room underneath. What do they do? This is a okay, plastic materials and resins. Try to get the CSIQ at 2820. Couldn't get it. It just moved a little too quickly on me. I don't trade options, Captain. I just don't trade options. So I could get it. It's not a matter of the not having shares available. I just couldn't get it at the price I wanted. It just kept moving. I mean, there's tons of shares available, 600,000. So that wasn't the issue. Ah, okay. Am I too late? CSIQ. It's an earnings play. Am I too late? Son of a- Yeah, I just can't chase it now. Cannot. That was an awesome one though. 2820. There was the alert, 2821. I tried to get it at 2820. I actually tried to get it at 2817, but it kept moving down, down, down on me, and I just could not. Could not get it where I wanted it. Next low looking left, if you were able to get that one, 27.48. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. 27.48 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Still a ton of room, but I will not chase it. All right, another retailer. BJ's Wholesale Club, another retailer joining the retail. Well, yeah. What's the next low looking left? 67. So it's pretty close. 67.28 for a $67 stock. That's pretty close, in my opinion. Too close for me to take it. XRT, Jamie. XRT. What is the retail sector symbol? XRT. Well, I actually tried to take some of the PCT right here, but could not get it because of the uptick rule. Down 16%. Tons of shares available, but the uptick rule in effect, so could not get it. Yesterday I had no problem with the this NSSC. Ugh. CSI, interesting because it really didn't do that much in the pre-market. CSIQ. Oh, two really, really good ones that I could not get. CSIQ and PCT guys from the option scanner on the way down. Look at this 28.21, 27.71 now for CSIQ, 8.42, 8.15. These are great percentage moves. And when I say I couldn't get them, I was trying, but well, the PCT, I haven't, I guess my excuse is, I mean, they was down more than 10%. I just couldn't get a fill. CSIQ, that was not the issue. It just kept moving too quickly down, and I kept moving my bid down, but didn't matter. Well, as they say, c'est la vie, move on. Whoa, look at the VFS. You guys were talking about VFS in the pre-market. That was it was around 19, I think. So this boy, this got some room, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is if it really gets going. I mean, it's going pretty well now, 38%. But the next high looking left is 20, almost 30, 29.37. Wow, look at that move for VFS, guys. VFS had to deal a little bit with the spread, but if it's going to move $2 or $3, that spread won't really matter. This has to be the well, I don't know. don't know for sure, but I can't remember any other Vietnamese stock on the market. Well, let's take a look at XRT retail. Just absolutely getting kicked, and well, it's official now, guys. Giving up that 200-day moving average. Touched it a few times the last 3 days, but this is official now. Giving up that 200-day moving average. Give me one moment, please. Yeah, and well, this is an interesting one again, even from the option scanner, NSSC. Okay, here's another one, ASO. ASO is another one in the option scanner. Now, this is a retailer bucking the trend to a certain extent. I mean, it's down for the day, but it's trying to recover. ASO is not an earnings play. Yeah, pretty tough to commit to anything in retail today for a bounce, in my opinion. Because until well, you want to play retail, you better have XRT. Better have XRT thumbnailed somewhere because until XRT stops moving down like this, it's pretty tough to commit to a bounce in any retailer, in my opinion. The best thing you can say about it right now is that it's, after the three kind of giant red candles to begin, it's kind of basing a little bit. Yeah, you can see I mean, there's a little bit of a pop on retail now, guys. If you have XRT, you can see that this current 15-minute candle that just started at 10:15. You can see that it has a little sliver of green now. So, bounce plays now for some of the retailers may start to work. You can see VJ doing the same thing. CMA, did it do the drop? So many things going on. I mean, CMA had the downgrade from Moody's. The other one was Key Bank, KEY. Looks like there could be some support though for Key, right around that 1050 mark. Yeah, I'm a little bit scared of FN. What's this float in FN? I mean, that's one of the reasons. 35 million, that's very low for a $147 dollar stock. That's why it can be pretty whippy. Spread is not, I mean, it's not, I guess it's not terrible for a $147 stock, but it is 147.37, 147.98. Aha. So KVU is trying now to, instead of going like the last few days in the option scanner, I think the last 4 days it's been alerted on the downside. Now it is being alerted on the upside, but not that much room in my opinion. I mean, the next high looking left for KVUE is yesterday's high at 23.72. Okay, guys, NSSC did was I able to? I got a little bit, not as much as I wanted, but I am in it. It was holding that 2270 mark. Now, can it take out that whole number? Nice call by Shady early on this one. And even if you waited on the option scanner, 2257, I waited on it for quite a while as it was holding. It was kind of hanging around that 2270 mark. Pulled back down to the 60s, came right back up into the 70s. Can it get through this? Can it get through 23 in a big way? The next high looking left is yesterday's high, which is 2369. All right, guys, CSIQ, after a little bit of a pull up, is now moving down again. The next low looking left, it's almost there. I think the next low looking left is actually 27.38. So this has got some room still, guys. As the CSIQ has some room. Well, you know what? Macy's is not bouncing at all with the XRT. The Macy's is I don't think it's an earnings play today, is it? Yes, it is an earnings play today. Sorry, it is an earnings play today. Yes, but it is not bouncing with XRT at all. Not that XRT is really bouncing that much, but okay, guys. So I have taken off my NSSC. I will look at it again if it gets through 23. So minor profit for me on NSSC, but I'll take a look at it again if it can get through 23 in a big way. So all I'm going to do is just stick a price alert in that area. It popped, got up to 2309, excuse me, and as it made its way back down through 23, that's where I took it off. I say very minor gain on that one for me. Well, there's Macy's, guys. Macy's showing up now. Oof, Macy's, where could it go? Let's see. The next low looking left is 1280. So it's got a 40 cents or so, 45 cents to the next low looking left. This is another earnings play, guys. IQ. IQ is another earnings play out of China. And this is getting thumped also. No, I haven't even looked at PANW. I thought it might be an interesting fade. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shoot. Too much going on for me right now. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, what did I say? Underneath 240. So that's about a $5 move now for PANW. Now, this again, highly risky, but this VFS has come right back up. But look at this. I mean, it's got all the way back down to 22.74. It tacked on a couple of dollars. So just be careful. If it takes out today's high, which was 25 something or other, what was it, 25.14, I'm going to stick an alert above the high. And that's how, okay, we'll do it again. Wow. Again, it's a self-inducing prophecy. I know it's supposed to be self-fulfilling, but I'm inducing it higher just by putting a price alert. So you should thank me, goods. Next high looking left. Still got a lot of room. Next high looking left, 29 something. All right, NSSC approaching 23 again. I may hop back in it. Oh, look at, oh, I don't know what NVIDIA is doing, but NVDL just put in another big green bar or red bar. Well, let's take a look at NVIDIA. This is a green bar ignored. Green bar ignored for NVIDIA, probably. Yeah, look at that. So looked like NVIDIA was trying to recover here. And then that green bar right there, that green bar right there is totally engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle's red. And this, so you look at it this way, you have a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend continues. Green bar ignored. Mm. All right, NSC and SSC. So a bit of a struggle to get through that whole number of 23. Boy, retailers, how's Target doing? I mean, I know Target got downgraded, but I'm sure Target is just leading the charge. Actually, it's at least it's stopping. Okay, guys, again, I'm just keeping an eye on XRT. It's trying to at least not move down much further. That's about the best I can say. Trying to pace a little bit after the initial 45 minutes of down. Just kind of trying to base a little bit here. So, we might want to start looking for some bounces. Awesome alert now, guys, on the CSIQ. Now, NSSC is coming into the VWAP, I believe. Yeah, 2224 is the VWAP. So, let's watch to see what happens there if it gets down there. Oh, CSIQ guys, this is just now this is turning into awesomeness. I mean, the next low looking left is right down here, I believe, on the weekly chart is 2686. This has still got some room on the way down. Nice alert from our AI also. Well, if Moody's keeps downgrading them, there's that CMA, guys. I mean, this CMA is just getting, again, I just lost sight of it. Now, the next low looking left, only reason I just read something about it this morning in my little briefing thing that I get in my email. They talked about T and CMA, a couple of more of the banks being downgraded by Moody's. I'm sure there are others, but these are the two that were mentioned. Whoa, VFS. Well, oh, good grief. I'm looking, I can tell you, I mean, I did trade this VFS, but way earlier and way out earlier. I could just, try to time a little bit and scalp somehow. It did okay, but my goodness, my last sell was at 24.55, $28 now. Wow. Well, I mean, here's your next level is 29 something, 29 something, 29  36. And if it can take that out, then your next high is 30.55, and then your next high is way up here at 40 something. Well, this is showing up now, trending down, guys, trending down. Um, okay, FWRD, not a lot of volume. This does not look good for Nvidia going tomorrow. I mean, you could have a surprise rebound, of course, but bets are being placed now for sure. Okay, guys, XRT appears to be settling down a little bit. Okay, so I'd be watching maybe some of these retailers for some bounces. If we get a big green candle, like one or two, we might get some good bounces out of the retailers. But there it is. I mean, looks like it's settling down a little bit here. XRT, the retail ETF, just like it says. Well, the ASO is maybe a prime candidate because at least it was kind of moving up. Well, I mean, it's still down for the day, but it at least was kind of moving up. It wasn't moving down like most of the retailers. So, I mean, if this ASO can take out maybe 53.73, could get going. I'm going to stick on a price alert right around that area. The highs of a couple of 15-minute candles right there. All right, guys. It is now 10:38. So I think what I'll do is go over all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that are giving you some excellent alerts here and here. Look at these two, PCT and CSIQ. Boy, this is incredible. It's CSI. I didn't even see it in the pre-market. Now Novavax is coming back too. Novavax was up and then it was way down, and now it's come right back up. Okay, guys, got to do this quickly because I might have to take a look at this Novavax. But anyway, here's my homepage, guys. Here's the information you will find on my homepage. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you will go to the normal price. So that 15% discount's only good for the first month. If you do want an annual subscription, I can give you a better promo for 25% off. Just let me know. Getting started with trade ideas, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes, runs through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list alert windows. Okay. You must do that first. If you're brand new to trading or fairly new to trading, Trading 101, this is, of course, put on by Michael Noss. Now, Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break, but he put that on, or he created it. There are a lot of videos. The last two videos, I believe, go into the concept of having a trading plan. Having a trading plan, it can't be, oh, this looks good, I think I'll take it. You have to have a reason for, you should have reasons for not taking a trade, really. Unless you can check a box that's saying, yeah, this meets my criteria. This one does all. This does, maybe 5 or 6 reasons for taking a trade. You can't check every box. Don't take the trade. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Another Unfortunately, the last two trades of the week, they're not bad. They just haven't triggered. So, but you can sign up for them. And what I mean by triggering is that you'll get an email, and this is free. You'll get an email about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. We'll have a suggested entry, and the suggested entry for UAA, I think was $6, never triggered. Okay, so it was Under Armour. Probably was $8. Yeah, it's probably $8. So, obviously with retail getting hit, so it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just a sort of a non-event. Here is the education section. Okay, we've got a great user guide. This is the Getting Started series again. And as I said, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Michael Na. So Michael is as I said before, he created all those videos with the Trading 101 series. He's also the creator of, you click on new and then Market Explorer, all these different types of scans that he created. Okay. You can ask some questions about that and be prepared. He's going to say, well, if you don't have a trading plan, I can't really help you. And if you're starting out, that's why we have a simulator. Okay. You're starting out, you don't know what your trading plan is going to be. Michael, me, or anybody else is not going to say, well, this should be your trading plan. But a trading plan can be things like, well, okay, you know what? After experimenting a bit, I'm kind of comfortable with trading this price range. I think there should be a minimum volume I should be looking at, a minimum relative volume perhaps that I should be looking at. Just things like that. Just, at the very beginning. And last, and if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, so that you will be at the top here. Here are my scans. Just go over a few of them. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, kind of sets the tone for the day for me to check out the stocks that have been moving obviously up and down with the pre-market and may have continuation once the market opens. There is the halts resumes. The halts resumes that you see right over here, right there. The abnormal option activity is right here. Even FULC is coming back. This is the momentum up and down. I may change this up because I made some changes here. I may actually just add the Momo. The momentum scan is very much like the momentum up. It just has a different presentation. Then what you can't see, but I am sharing, you cannot see these. These are on my other monitors. If you're wondering why, it would be way too much information overload if I had all these other alert windows. Okay. So, but I am sharing them. So the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, okay, are right here. Daily reversals. We're not getting today. No daily reversals today. I'll explain why. So, a couple of things. This is a free room. We'd love to keep it free. So here's how we do it. If you do decide to take out a subscription, just use my promo code, okay? You can save my homepage link. And so if you want to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, as long as if you save my homepage link and then come back in and use that code, the room gets credit. Okay, so obviously we use this as a marketing tool. Company wants to see that it's an effective marketing tool. So all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, just use my promo code. And the other thing, I still don't see that let me just do a quick check. We have a marketing meeting today. So this is our new website. I do like our new website. The problem is, where the heck is the trading room? Yeah, it's still not there. So in order to find the trading room, you've got to do this. You got to scroll all the way to the bottom. Most people won't do that. There it is. So we're asking them to, in the old website, it was front and center right at the top. So we're asking them to do something about that. So if you feel so inclined to write the company, the more people that do that, say, hey, why are you making it so hard to find the trading room? For you guys who are in the room, I mean, you've been able to find that. It's more people who are just kind of blunder into our site. They'd have no idea that there's a trading room. Meanwhile, Novavax is running away from me. So if you do decide to, send something to support at trade-ideas.com, just say, hey, why don't you make the trading room access just a little easier? I do appreciate all the emails that were sent and some pretty kind words also. I really do appreciate that. Okay. Meanwhile, what did I miss? I know I missed Novavax. It still has a little bit of room to 929, guys. Then the next it's still far enough away, $10. $10 for that's the 200-day moving average. Macy's continues down. So this is why I like to have the don't repeat version of the abnormal option activity scan. So again, just a word. I don't trade options. All I'm doing is I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So I can find. I mean, typically, if a stock is having abnormal option activity, it's trading abnormally. So I trade the stock. I don't trade options. But some have said, especially if you're going to be an intraday option trader, at least what this does is it shows you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And so what I like to do is have the don't repeat version so I can say, or I can look back and say, okay, what was the first alert and what did it do from there? Okay, so you can see, for instance, and anything in brown is a suggestion to short, and anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. Just suggestions, right? These are not, this is why it's called trade ideas. This is why if you're starting out trading, it's not you have no idea how many calls we get. People think that we're this company that is just going to say, yeah, buy this and then sell it here. It's not like that. I wish it were, but it's just not like that. Yeah, retail is still has not had a bounce yet. I'm just looking at XRT and retail has not had a bounce yet. Well, guys, there's the VFS. Okay, right at the high now. Unbelievable here, guys. This could, wow, 30 now. I mean, look, guys, I mean, that's above that high. It's above this high now. What traders are looking at now is that craziness that happened 4 days ago when it got up to 38. Well, it's funny. We saw that, not funny. We saw that in the pre-market around 19 for the VFS, right here, right there, 18, in fact, before it went on its big run. And there's a Novavax continuing. Again, I think I said the next high is getting close. 920, well, it's above that, 929. And then the next high after that is 934. So it's above that. And then you have your 200-day moving average. Well, the longer silly thing holds 30. I'm talking about the VFS. Guys, we've got our first little pop with XRT. Our first little pop. Okay. We actually have a green candle that you can see. Okay. So keep an eye now on some bounces for the retail sector. That ASO might be a candidate now. Let's take a look at ASO. Just because it wasn't beaten up so much. I mean, it's down for the day, yes, but it's not beaten up so much. So ASO might be a good candidate for a bounce now. As long now XRT is coming into the VWAP. The VWAP is 62.95. So there it is. It's coming right into the VWAP. Okay, guys. Well, there, there we go again with the VFS. Again, all traders, that's all they're looking at right now is this high over here, 38.74. Okay, they're thinking, okay, it's going to get close. Wow, truly amazing. Yeah, and this is not shortable for me. I mean, I don't have any shorts at Interactive Brokers, not since it started trading as VFS. You know, companies maybe like or brokerages like Centerpoint, perhaps Cobra and Trade Zero, but more than likely Centerpoint will have shorts available. But boy, it's tough. I mean, where are you going to short it? You're going to short it here. You're going to short it here. You're going to short it here. Morning, Bob, in our YouTube room. Same day. It wasn't a SPAC though, was it? Goods. Let me just bring up SPGC. Also, VFS because it's. I mean, this is US. Okay, the US ones are not usually as crazy as the ones. I guess I'll blanket it out of Asia. I mean, certainly the China. That one is out of Vietnam, of course, the VFS. But this is, US stock. They just don't seem to have the craziness. So anyway, we'll have to see down the road, I suppose. But all right, guys. Now this KVUE again, not shortable for me. I'd love to have some shorts available because to me it looks like it's coming into a resistance area. I'm surprised there are no shorts available. Okay, so this is the date finally. Okay, August the 25th. So I guess on Friday. So this will be added to the S&P 500. KVUE will be added to the S&P 500 for the market opens on the 25th. You would think it would get a big, and this is a spin-off from Johnson and Johnson. You would think it'd get a bigger lift, but not really. Okay, now Tupperware's a daily reversal. Looks like the memers are just kind of dead in the water now. AMC, GME, certainly that. I mean, it's incredible how many people still think that somehow Bed Bath and Beyond, I know it's a pink sheeter right now, is somehow, even though the company came out and said that you lose all your money. Basically, they said you'll lose all your money. But there's still, you go to Twitter and you'll still be crazy, crazy, crazy tweets about this one. Okay, guys, XRT looks like that little pop got into the VWAP, but now has the VWAP has stalled it. XRT got close to the VWAP, didn't quite get into it, but it got close to the VWAP. 62.85, so pretty close. I mean, within a dime. Well, this NSSC is just sort of hanging around. It's just near that whole number of 23 and just over the VWAP. So, which way is it going to break? That's really the question. Rhetorical question. I don't expect an answer, but yeah, look at this guy. So that little retail pop, very short-lived on XRT. You can see the green bar on the 15-minute chart. Now the red one, basically the same size. Oh, this has got some room. This one, Sphere, SPHR. The next low looking left is about $1.50 away. Excuse me. And that is SPHR, not a retailer. It's an earnings play. Still positive. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't think it really traded in the pre-market, but this is an earnings play. SPHR. All right, let's see how TK is doing. TK at 721 was the alert. Well, it's a 2-year high for TK. And looking left, I can't see. Well, it's a 2-year high, so I'm not going to be able to see too much. Where is the next high? What year? Wow, you got to go back 5 years. 5 years before we see these highs for TK. I don't really think that's a big deal. So this has got to be watch, guys. TK showed up on the option scanner. Still time. 722. Doesn't trade very many options. Let me go over this option scanner just a little bit too. So you look at TK here. Here's how many options it's traded today, 665. Obviously not that much, but that is 2.5 times normal, 2.4 times normal, 243%, 2.4 times normal. And that's what the scanner is looking for. So my filters, they have it has to be at least 500 contracts. Okay, you don't want to see something that trades 2 contracts and now it's trading 10. It looks like that's 5 times normal. Yeah, great, but it's only 10 contracts. So I put a minimum of 500 contracts and then a minimum of 150%. Okay, before we can see it. So that's why we're seeing TK and why we wouldn't see it earlier. More than likely, probably the option volume was under 500. See if there's any news for TK. Love to see it settle down just a little bit. This is a pretty big, pretty parabolic looking 15-minute candle. I'd like to see it settle down just a little bit. So, look at the SPY. The SPY is sort of mimicking retail. Remember, we had that green bar in retail here, and then we have a red bar in retail. So the SPY is kind of mimicking the retail right now. Well, I'm not trusting anything going along right now, of course, but look at the Dow. Dow is taking a big hit. So a lot of financial stocks, of course, in the Dow. Let's take a look at XLF, which is the financial ETF. Yeah, look at this. So along with retail, moving further and further away from the 200-day moving average. And as Shady pointed out earlier, regional banking ETF, KRE, moving further and further away. Okay, guys, NSSC touched the VWAP, bounced off a little bit, so it's making another foray into the $23 territory. That is NSSC. Let's bring it up. You can see it just kind of touched into the VWAP. I'm sorry, I have another line on my other. Okay, our VWAP. Yeah, our VWAP is a little bit different when you draw it on a chart. So it didn't quite get into the VWAP, but nonetheless, looks like that blue line on this chart right there, that's the VWAP. So you can kind of see it was getting closer and closer a few times. I'm still holding out on a 30 break though. Shoot, I just mentioned this sphere, SPHR, and it is dropped just about 50 cents. And now here's showing up. Sphere is showing up now in the option scanner. Oh, look at that. Wow, it's not a great spread. 36.77, 37, not a great spread, but it's got some room. 36, it's got some room down to 36. Ah, guys, NSS. I find that hard to say. NSSC. That is- So if you hear me say NAPCO, okay, there it is, guys. There it is. NAPCO now over 30. Sorry, 23. You wish. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see if this has some strength right around 23 for NSSC. Well, the high yesterday was 23.69. So certainly that could stall it. Now, believe it or not, I'm going to put an alert at 34.24 for VFS and see if later on in the day it takes it out. Believe it or not, because if it does, that'll be the high of the day, and traders could get interested. I mean, I know that's $4 away, but Novavax, I'm not in you. Let's see. The next high, Well, really, I mean, $10, kind of $10, excuse me, is the next high for Novavax, NVAX. Hmm. All right, TK. All right, let's see if TK has any run left in it. Excuse me. It kind of hung around. I said the last time I looked, that 15-minute candle was kind of parabolic, but it pulled back a bit. Now it's popped up. So let's see if this 720 area can hold. I am in this one now, and we had to go back to 2018, I think, to see the next high. So I'm not certainly not concerned about that. Okay, NSA. Okay, NSSC holding 23 really nicely now, guys. The next level, if you're in it, and I'm in it, just over 23, is 2369. That is your next level because that's the high of yesterday. When I say level, I mean just an area that you should be aware of. Boy, this was a really, really good one, this sphere. And it got all the way down to what, 36.74. Now it's popped a dollar from there, but man, SPHR. All right, take a look at this HKD. I can't remember what the float is. Probably about 30 million or something. Well, you can kind of see that if it can get really, really running here, 740 would take out a lot of these highs. Boy, that Novavax just ripping here. See how it see how it kind of held the VWAP? That blue line you see on my 15-minute chart, that's the VWAP. Kind of held it. Dip, there are some bottoming tails, but the body's held all the way up and then finally blew through it. All right, another little move, guys. Every time we see NCSSC up here, means it's made a new high for the day. I mean, if it can somehow take out 2369, who knows where it's going to go. Now, did they come out and try to refute? I mean, they couldn't refute it. I mean, it was fact about the securities fraud, having to restate their earnings for the last 2 quarters. This was not a rumor. I mean, the company itself said that. So, I mean, it's still there. Yeah, exactly. They said it themselves. It wasn't a rumor. Okay, guys, on the TK, I'm going to give it a little bit longer because I don't like, well, okay, I don't like these topping tails, 2 topping tails now. Basically, it's where I bought it, 721. So, this is exciting, guys. I mean, this 20, I mean, the 2369, what a level for it to try to take out. 2369. That's the high of yesterday. Really close. Well, if you don't care, then don't try to figure it out. How's that, John? Kidding you, of course. I know I shouldn't say this, but and then you say it. Big level, guys. 2352. 17 cents away from yesterday's high. NSSC. Well, guys, the conservative in me is taking some off. Okay, the NSSC. I just have my doubts it's going to take out that 69. So I've taken some of the NSSC off. I'm not saying you have to do the same, but All right, guys. So what time is it now? 11:30 almost. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Nosh should be in our YouTube room. What I'm going to do is just confirm. Oh, I'll just confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break in about half an hour. Oh man, oh man. So my sound alert for abnormal option activity is oh man. This is what I'm talking about. If I go down to properties, actions, and set up a sound alert, oh man. So every time I hear oh man, that means something is making a new high. And in this case, it is Novavax, NVAX. Now, what I like to hear it say is oh man for TK. Doesn't look like it's going to. So I'm slightly underwater on the TK long. What's the float in TK? So it's not a big float, 66 million, not a low float. Okay, guys, not very many in this one, but they don't repeat. Oh, sorry. The daily reversal, XPEV now is a daily reversal. It was up big yesterday, down big today. Okay, or it's reversing. Okay, so XPEV, and it's got room, $14. Wow, 14.15 is the next low looking left for XPEV. Lots of shares available, 823,000 at Interactive Brokers, so plenty of shares available. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is the if it's in yellow, and they're all in yellow today, means as a potential short opportunity. We're only going to give TK another couple of pennies, guys, and then I'm going to turf it. Yeah, well, let's take a look at KWeb before I hop onto this. I love the fact that it's got a lot of room looking left. And KWeb's really not doing much. Okay, KWeb is basically flat. So this XPEV is kind of trading on its own. It's not moving down with the rest of the China market, or it's moving down, but the rest of the China market is not. So I don't know if there's a specific reason. Yeah, so just, you're probably right, Kishore. So what what has to happen for a stock to appear here? And these are in yellow, it means, a suggestion to short. I can't remember what the color is for we don't have any today. Oh, there we go. See, all I have to do is wait. So there's Huma. So this is a suggestion to go long, okay? HUMA. And why? The stock has to have been down at least 5% the day before, and then it has to move above the high of the day before you'll see the trigger. So that's why Huma. Now, if you look at Huma, I mean, it's got some room, 430 or so. Of course, it doesn't mean that, it's going to continue, but that's why you have to examine every alert on its own. I mean, I'd like to short XPEV, but it just sort of stalls right at that 1560 mark. Ooh, shoot. Just missed this one, this Celdex. 27.52. There's still room underneath. There's still about $1.30 underneath, $1.20 underneath for Celdex, CLDX. Macy's just made another new low. Yeah, this XRT doesn't. I mean, it has not really bounced. It's had a couple of little green candles. It still has not taken out that the VWAP. It's got to really take out the VWAP, I think, for it to really get rocking. And then SSC still hanging underneath that 23.69, another 19 cents, 18 cents as it inches its way up. Now, for you more adventuresome types, VFS is now regained 30, and in fact 31. 31.56 is the next high looking left on the 15-minute chart. And it looks like it just took that out. Well, FN, okay, there's the VFS guys. You can just see it popped up on my price alerts scan or a window, not a scan, but my window. Again, HKD guys. I mean, I think I have an alert set, I think around this area right there. It's almost taking it out. I mean, I think the high right there, 744, takes that out. I mean, there's really not much stopping it all the way to $2,500. I'm kidding, of course, but All right, I'll look at FN now. FN now is at the 150 mark. What's the spread like? Not terrible. 150, 150.39. So that's not a terrible spread for a $150 stock. All right, guys, I just had a confirmation. It will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes while I take my break. There goes, guys. There is VFS back from the dead, minor dead, but all the way down to 28, 29. Top $3. The highs of the day are up here. Okay, out of the TK, guys. Don't like it anymore. Got a loss on that one. I'll take a look at it later on in the day if it gets back over, say, 723 or so. $722. I have an alert set for 722 for TK. See if it gets back over there. YSG is an earnings play. YSG is an earnings play. Oh, a real cheap one. Yatsen. So this is a China stock. Big float. Look at that float. 367, sorry, 367 million in the float. Huge float. Still liking this XPAV. It's just not very active. Ever since I got the alert at 1561, it's just been hanging right there. That is the low of yesterday. Some of you guys playing SWTX. Oh, I see why. What a bounce. SWTX yesterday. It sprung. The spring worked. Seriously, I mean, that was a massive move from the low of the day, 23, all the way back up to 27.70. But this is now showing up as a potential short underneath 27, sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 27.02. Right on the 200-day moving average, guys. Huge area for to try to hold. If it doesn't hold, the next slow looking left. Well, it's yesterday. Yesterday's low way down here, 23. I don't know what happened. Maybe some of you who traded this, there might have been some news. First thing I look for is how much room does it have when I look left? Z. First thing I look for. How much room does it have? If I'm shorting, I want to see where the next low is. And if I'm going long, I want to see where the next high is on the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, I check the weekly. Then if it has enough room for it to move before it hits, and then I have to quickly then figure out, okay, if I took this trade, where would be my stop? I'm sizing this up fairly quickly. And so if I look left and just for argument's sake, if I look left and just say I saw a stock $10 and I look left and the next high is 10.50, so that's 50 cents away. So then I quickly say, okay, but if I took this trade, where is going to be my stop? And if my stop was 10 cents away, say at 9.90, because not because my stop should be 10 cents away, but I look at the chart, maybe there's some support at 9.90. So I think, okay, that if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. So I can look at it quickly, sizing it all up, thinking, okay, I can risk 10 cents to make 50 cents. That's a good deal. Now, just because the next high is, say, 50 cents away, doesn't mean it's getting there. But I just try to take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. Now, I'm obviously going to quickly look to see where the 200-day moving average is and where the VWAP is also. More than likely, that won't come into play if the next high is 50 cents away. But, you know, I- so I'm doing all this fairly quickly, of course. No, I don't necessarily look for a pullback. But you'll hear me say, I mean, I may get a new high alert and it be a giant 15-minute candle. So yeah, I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to chase it. So you'll hear me say sometimes, be nice if it could just rest here for a while. But I'm not really looking for a big pullback. I'm not a big pullback player. But nothing wrong with that. Some might get a high alert, new day high alert, and say, okay, I don't want to take it there. But if it pulls back to say the VWAP or to a moving average that you like, you just set a price alert in those areas and see if that happens. But understand that how I trade, I'm more interested in the momentum and trying to get it near the high of the day. That's just the way I trade. And everybody should develop their own style. I mean, you can be a momentum trader. I mean, that's what I call myself. But you may not have the same. You may look at it differently, though. You might have different ways of putting a stop, where you're seeing a stop, where you think a stop should be. And if you remember, I was in this, and I'm still in it, but I'm getting set maybe to dump it. But the NSSC, what did I say? I said that the next high looking left. So the next high looking left was what, 23.69, and it got up to 21.49. So what, 20 cents away. So I decided, because I have a hard time believing it's going to take out that high of the day. It might, but I have a hard time believing it. So I took, you know, well, quite a bit of my position off. I'm just over 23.20. So I mean, I'm not going to make that much on this, but I have enough. I do have some left that if it, somehow comes right back and it takes out that high of the day, I mean, look out. I mean, there's the high way up here, 39. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but all I try to do is take chart resistance out of the equation as one reason why a stock will not keep moving higher. Well, it's funny, because yes, I'm an intraday trader, day trader, however you want to brand me. And people say, well, why do you have a daily chart up? Why do you have a weekly chart up? Why do you have a 1 and a 15 and a 30 and an hour or something like that? Well, the reason is because I want to see where the next high is on a daily chart. And if I can't see it, let's say I wanted to short NSSC down here. Well, when I look left, I can't see anything, right? So that's why I would have to look at a weekly chart to see where the next low is. If I couldn't see it there, then I'd have to go to a monthly chart. All right, guys, 11:49. So Michael Nosh should be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Michael. He's not there yet, but look at Macy's, another new low for Macy's. M. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this VFS has any more legs in it. Highly, 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 highly risky. Okay, I've traded some out. I was hoping that maybe this would happen towards the end of the day. Okay, but it's happened right now. Remember what I said? I'd be interested, believe it or not, if it took out the high of the day, because I think that's what will get traders interested again in it, and they'll look left and they'll say, well, it did hit 39 5 days ago. Whew. Okay, guys, I'm out of it again. But guess what? I'll put another alert at the high of the day because you never know what might happen later on in the day. What if it blasts through that high? Now, if you're looking for a reason, there is none. Okay, don't look for news on this. There is no news. Okay. Now, I would never have been really interested in this a couple of weeks ago. The reason being, we had so many earnings plays, but we're out of earnings season now. So, consequently, Alex, I have to tell you, when I'm trading these ones, this is not it's difficult for me to explain how I trade these, okay? It is a gut feel, okay? It's truly a gut feel. I mean, the difficult thing is, where do you put a stop on something that moves, $2 or $3 just like that? So it's for me, this is more of a gut feel, how I think it could trade. I'm not saying I throw out all my rules, but I mean, it's more of a gut feel. I will definitely reduce the number of shares I'm taking though, because it can be so volatile. Guys, let's see, 11:53. Look at Nvidia. Wow, ahead of earnings tomorrow. Wow, look at Nvidia just dragging. I'm surprised the Nas is still positive. Well, I'm not in it anymore, but look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, gosh, if this takes out that high, guys, what is the high right there? 38.85. And here we go. You want to see the reason? VinFast is soaring again. It makes no sense. Okay, it makes no sense. So don't look for news. This is just a trade. You're in the casino right now. Oh my gosh. I'm not in it anymore. This, I mean, if this takes out that high, what is that high right there? 38.78. How many shares outstanding, Tank, for VFS? I didn't think it had that many shares outstanding. I'm looking at my P&L on well, my buys and sell on VFS. Oh, but you got to be careful. 34.84 in, 35.55 out. Look at this, guys. This is almost going to take out that high right there. 38.78, 38.63. It almost got there. I really wanted this to happen later on in the day, but it's there it goes, guys. New high of, well, lifetime high now for VFS. And one of the reasons, of course, there are no shorts available, probably for the majority of brokerages out there. So there's no short selling pressure put on this. I know if you're sitting there with Centerpoint, you're probably waving your hand saying, I got shorts, but most brokerages will not have shorts for this. All right, guys, it is now 11:56, so I'm going to put the announcement in that I'll be on my break. My break was in jeopardy because had I still been in this, I could not have taken my break. But oh, there's no question. There's no question that when the rug gets pulled on this, it'll be fast, and this thing will drop. But I mean, at this point, it's an all-time high. Who knows where it's going? Okay, Brian, I'm glad. As long as you didn't go crazy on it. Doesn't sound like you could have by making $100 in terms of the number of shares. Look at this market, though. Wow. Okay, guys, I am putting myself on mute in the main room. Okay, I'm still alive, mic wise in YouTube. Okay, and now I'll just wait for Michael to show up. Oh, oh my gosh, guys. 41.52 now. You guys can hear me in YouTube. I'm looking at my cell at 35.55. Oh well. And as I was saying, because most brokers will not have shares to short for this one. So there was I mean, the downward selling pressure will be, from people finally, taking a lot of profit. And now it's short. Now it is halted. VFS is now halted. I'm afraid to look at where the potential open could be. So 42. Oh man. Michael, where are you? I'm waiting for Michael to show up. Well, I was going to do my video on CSIQ, but I guess I better do it on VFS. Michael, there you are. Now I know you sold everything you own, based on how I know you, and you put it all into VFS at $20.
Absolutely. I
That's
wanted to get in
great.
there.
Fantastic, Michael. Well, now we can all retire.
$100
And
billion that company's worth now, and it sold like
I know,
7 cars.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, because people say, well, is there any news? I say, nope, there's no news. It's just you're in the casino right now, and just make sure, hopefully, you're on the right side of it, and that's all you can do. It's halted right now. Who knows where it's going? I mean, it may be, hey, it could go to 100. I mean, it literally, I don't know how many are in the float. Again, our float information is pretty sketchy on this, but we've got like 16.8. I have no idea if that's correct or not.
Well, and it's some weird Chinese ADR, right? So
Yeah.
even if you're looking other places, just take that with a grain of salt. The only
Yes.
advice for a name like this is just do not short it. Like we
Yes.
saw, what was it? HKD went to like
Yeah.
at 10,000 or something ridiculous. And hey, if you ever want to, if anyone comes in and says, starts talking fundamentals, this is a good one to point to and say they have not sold a single car from when they were, worth like 10 billion or probably $50 billion in market cap ago.
Yeah.
Not a single VFS, a single car has been sold. So
Right.
it's like, if you think markets move on fundamentals, I have a bridge to sell you.
Because I know you're highly involved with, well, you've had to change, haven't you, Michael? Because you used to be a super big, I'm kidding you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is so coming out of the halt, that should be interesting. The other thing you mentioned about shorts, very few brokerages will have shorts, so there's no downward pressure. Maybe probably Centerpoint has them, but at an atrocious fee. But not too many brokers will have shorts for this. So I mean, no
Good.
downward pressure from shorting.
No, but it's that may be a good thing as well, right? Where it's, as much as the tinfoil hat people think shorts are evil, well, shorts are just future guaranteed buyers, right? If you're short something, you have to buy it. So that might actually help the stock not go up, in my opinion. Simply because you're not like, I think with HKD, a lot of the problem was you had people short it and then get run over, and then they had to cover, and then they shorted again, they got run over and they had to cover. I saw a couple retail traders just go absolutely bust doing stuff like that. And with with this, if there's no one that can short it, then eventually someone is just going to be profit taking, right?
Yes,
Eventually.
I mean that's what's going to drive it down, of
Yeah.
course. I mean, at some point, somebody bought it pre-market around 20. I mean,
Yeah.
you're just, at what point? But I have a hard time believing though anybody bought it at 20 did not trade out some on the because it was very volatile. You mentioned HKD, Michael. I mean, seriously, if you put a price alert at 744, okay, 744 for this one, that is the next high that I can see kind of looking left on a daily chart. And after that, good, who knows? That stock, I mean, I know you were sort
Jeez.
of kidding a little bit, but yeah, it did hit $2,555.
Yeah, that was wild.
That
So,
was probably the wildest one we've seen.
so yeah, this could
And
be another one that could keep. The only thing that I don't like as much on names like this for high flyers is just that there's probably so many bag holders in the stock.
Mhm.
It's why the meme stocks will never recover, right? Is because
Right.
there's people who bought AMC at 60 and 50 and 40 and 30 and 12. Like there's all these bag holders, and you better believe in HKD. There's people who bought at 1,000 or a couple
Mhm.
hundred, thinking that this thing was just absolutely going to go crazy. So when I see something like this, I see a lot of bag holders, and then I see VFFS, and that's like the only
Still new
way.
enough.
Yeah, the only way you could be losing money on this name is if you shorted it, or if you're
Mhm.
just playing with the volatility, right? So there's really no kind of bag holders here
Yeah.
to react to. So I don't know. Not my thing. I will not. A couple things I know for certain. One is I will not be touching this name with a 10-foot pole. I'm going to go to my volatility contractions, and and continue to play in that more boring
So,
round.
Michael, are those the two that you were talking about that would be added? Is that what I should be looking at?
They're already here, yeah.
Okay, so may I ask, maybe if you could do a 15-minute one? I know you've got a 5 and a 30, I think. I, I don't know
The
how hard it would be to do I know it's not hard, but I mean, in terms of capacity, a
I
15-minute one.
I could do it, but I'll say I tested it and it was pretty much exactly the same or near exactly the same to the 30-minute one.
Okay, all right.
I think I need to figure out a better way to name these because it says 5 minute, but people use 1 minute charts. Would absolutely love these. So I don't know if I should make it like daily short term, daily or intraday short term, intraday long term, or something. Because these are just the candles I selected, but there's actually no candle specific mathematics behind it.
Oh, okay.
Um, so if you take this, just grab one like MRO and you go to a 15-minute chart, you'll still see the volatility contraction kind of going on where this thing is just getting really, really tight in through here. So it was both the same. And then if you go to the 5-minute ones and you load those up on a 1 minute chart, they still look because it is essentially just looking for kind of very tight bases. So,
Hmm.
uh, right, if you're a tight base on a 15-minute chart, you're also a tight base on a 5-minute chart, and you're also a tight base on a 1 minute chart. Um, right. So there's not a lot of specific like candle specific math. It's not like it's looking for like a doji candle or anything like that.
Right.
It's using a couple different metrics to measure volatility and
So,
measuring
so in
those.
order to trade it, what are you doing? Putting a price alert underneath? If it was contraction down as an example, you're putting a price alert just underneath wherever it is and seeing if it takes it out.
Yeah, so right, for example, LNT, right? This is a utility, so it's probably not interesting. But like anything, if you like the daily chart, this one will
LNT, is that
LNT, yeah. You can
okay?
see
Yeah,
like
Alliance Energy. Yeah.
the really tight base that's going on in like the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. This,
Hmm.
there's nothing special for this one for me, but I think the pattern there is pretty obvious, right? It's right at the high of the day. It's putting in this little tight
Hmm.
consolidation. So just like anything, if this thing had a good looking daily chart and it was going to move, then yeah, I'll put a price alert for it to break out. But
Okay.
yeah, the idea behind it is I basically define trend using a bunch of moving averages. So all of the moving averages have to be kind of frayed out like what a good looking uptrend is. And then I used Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels to define getting tight. So everything you'll see on here may not even look like it all the time visually on the chart, but they are as tight as they've been in a very, very long time. So you get a lot of times where the volatility again is just contracting, right? The
Hmm.
stock normally does X in a 15-minute period and now it's doing way, way, way less than that. um, the idea being there's only two things we know about markets for sure is that price does not mean revert, but volatility does, right? So price
Hmm.
trends, but volatility mean revert. So with a volatility contracting pattern and a trend, your bet is basically just that volatility will expand and hopefully in the direction of the underlying trend. So you just kind of scan through and you find the ones that you like for whatever reason you like them. And then yeah, I just set my price alerts and wait. Like Nasdaq is actually one that I really like.
I'm looking at RBA right now as an example. I see RBA is coming right into the 200-day moving average as an example. So I guess if you, I don't know, put an alert near there to see what it does, and maybe you short it. I mean, if it can't get through it, as an example. This is on your uptrend, but now again, let me just, I want to take my break, but I mean,
Yep.
so in your opinion, it won't really matter if I use 5 or 30?
Uh, no, other than the fact that the moving averages define trend will be based off a 30-minute chart, and the Bollinger Bands to define volatility contraction will use a 30-minute chart. So they are a little bit sensitive to long and short, but not so much that I think like the difference between a 5 and a 2-minute chart matter, or a 30-minute and a 15-minute chart
Okay.
matter. Like
Okay.
PRVA, for example, right? This one's on the 30-minute time frame. So there's not like a super tight base on the 5-minute, but it's still accomplishing the goal where it's in a downtrend and then it has that little base bump.
Mhm. Okay, my friend, I will take my break now. We'll see you at about 1 o'clock.
All right, have a good one.
Good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now that the teacher is out, what we do is we take some much needed, or we give Barry some much needed time off after, chatting for the entire day. We open up the room to some live Q&A. So I'll be here for the next hour to answer any questions you guys might have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. And as always, we greatly appreciate people asking questions because we don't have anything prepared, because again, it is a Q&A type of session. So what Barry and me were talking about, for anyone who missed it, here in the pattern recognition of the Market Explorer. So if you don't have your Market Explorer open, you just go new and then Market Explorer window, and that will open up a new Market Explorer window. From there, you can just right click and you can go into pattern recognition, and there's a whole bunch of new stuff right here. We were talking about one of my new favorite scans, which is the volatility contraction uptrend, volatility contraction downtrend. So I'll explain those really briefly for anyone who's new. I have to make a video about these and put them in the help section too. So I'll get to that probably when I am back from Toronto visiting the Trader TV guys. So the simple idea behind them. So Kaba is one that I'm actually watching really, really closely. I really like the look of this particular stock. If we can get over 14, that's what I'm looking for on Kaba. So you can see my price alerts up there as well. So the idea is that the stock has to be in a well-defined trend, right? And we have these for different time frames. So, it's up to you for whatever time frame you're interested in, right? We have daily, 15-minute, 30-minute, all that kind of stuff. And Kaba, you don't need to be a CMT to know Kaba's trend, right? This thing went from 50 cents all the way up to $15. So an absolute monster this thing has been. And then it just needs to be putting in, again, a volatility contraction. So there's one way I can kind of demonstrate this, I think that would help. And that's using a Bollinger Band width. So there's a couple ways to measure volatility. There is, this is why scans are always so weird to do. Because you have to turn what people normally understand when they look at charts, which is, pretty pictures, and you have to turn that into math. I'm on an experimental version of TI here. Might be doing some struggles, but we'll see. I may need to refresh. So the idea is that we're basically looking for things that are in very obvious and very nice looking uptrend, and then we're looking for price to consolidate. Because again, there's academic studies that you can read up the wazoo that will tell you the two things, again, that we know about trading. So trend, asset prices trend. That has been established thousands of times in a bunch of different white papers and academic studies. You can look them up, right? And, price is not a mean reverting instrument. Pull up a chart of Apple and zoom way out on a monthly chart, right? It's not a mean reverting instrument, right? Asset prices trend. So that's kind of the first golden rule of trading. And the second golden rule is that volatility mean reverts. So here on the bottom, I have volatility just measured by the width of a Bollinger Band. And a Bollinger Band is just standard deviation around a mean, right? So just how much does a stock move around a moving average, right? And you can see periods of high volatility generally begets period of low volatility, which generally begets periods of high volatility. Again, when these things happen is the hard part, but we know that, right, volatility is a mean reverting instrument. High volatilities high volatility either gets normalized and becomes low volatility, or whatever caused the high volatility just works its way through the asset and then it becomes low volatility, right? So again, these are two things that are there's not much in trading and investing that are indisputable facts, and these are indisputable facts, right? How high volatility will go before it mean reverts, or how low it will go before it mean reverts, that's the hard part, right? How long something will trend before volatility mean reverts, that's the hard part, right? Is the trend going to be up, or is the trend then going to be back down? Who knows, right? That's all the hard part. But again, we know prices trend and volatility mean reverts, right? So the basic premise behind these scans is that we are looking for stocks that are trending, and then the volatility is decreasing. Simply put, and I've done some testing on this on my own. I'm going to do a little more and then show you guys kind of what's up with that when I have it finished. But the idea is, if you simply wait for a trending asset to rest and then to trend again, you're way better off than someone who's trying to like pick bottoms. Like, oh, this stock is a good stock and it's selling off, I'm going to pick the bottom, right? Those people generally in the long term don't do very well. So with kind of assets like this, again, what we're doing is we're not just going to then just buy these things because we buy them. That's what we do at Trade, is we create scans that have a little bit of edge, that have a little bit of play to them, and we kind of broaden the scan to try to let in a whole bunch of assets. And then it's up to the trader to say, okay, right, what are we doing with this asset? So scanning through Kaba last night, a couple things that I add to a scan, right? 15% short float. I love this one. I say it all the time. If you're looking for instruments with high short floats, you also want those things to be trending higher, because if you're Bed Bath & Beyond or AMC or whatever, these things that have high short floats, they are tanking and the shorts are winning, right? So there is no reason for shorts in AMC to cover. They shorted a really bad company, and that company's making new lows and they're happy. Kaba, if you're short this thing, again, it's gone from like 50 cents to $15 and it's about to break out. So unless you're right here, if we break out, those shorts are wrong and they start to lose money. So you need to combine those two things. So that's why when I'm scanning through, that's one of the things that I'm looking for. And then we just have this kind of sideways consolidation. So this is where kind of basic technical analysis comes in and says, okay, where am I interested in buying this thing, and where would my stop go? Well, for me, right, if this thing it struggled against $14 a bunch here, if it can get through $14, I'm interested. If it breaks back under and maybe halfway through this range, I'll probably get back out. So again, that's the premise behind the scan. We have different time frames for it. Again, I'm personally loving it. It's one of the ones, along with the Anchored VWAP scans, that I've added to start doing every night, where I go through and just kind of say, okay, these are the setups I want to play. It's another way you could say like bull flags, but they won't always be bull flags, like in the technical kind of a setting. But again, the idea behind a bull flag is the same. You have a stock moving up, you have, right, volatility that's kind of mean reverting here, and then you have a move up again, right? That's the premise behind a pennant or a bull flag or a descending triangle or whatever it is. All of these things are pretty kind of chill and similar things. I'm actually going to switch to Barry's screen for a second here. I'm just going to restart Trade Ideas. Again, I was doing some experimentation with it, and I was on another server and stuff, so I'm just going to do a quick little refresh here. So some questions. Is it more run up and pullback? No, not a pullback. It's just a volatility mean reversion. One question, the volatility contraction. Do you consider the consolidation happening in the range preferable to avoid any reversals? There'll be reversals, right? It's just kind of how it goes. Again, no system will be right 100% of the time. If you can get a system that's right 50% of the time, you're happy. If that doesn't make you happy, then you may want to look for different trading styles. But for me, I look at the ones that can really, really go, and I'm okay with even a sub 50% win rate. So I'm not using these to look for reversals at all. Right. So like CNQ is another one, right? This thing is uptrending, certainly, and the volatility is contracting right here. But again, I'm just not going to take this one on its face. I'm going to say, okay, well, obviously, if we go back on CNQ, we have a clear area of resistance right here. If we can break through that, that's where I want to take it, right? So like with any scan, it's not just going to tell you what to do. And if that's what you're looking for, it's again, different career. But the idea is that's exactly what I'm looking for. Now, again, I don't trade reversals. I know intraday it may make a little bit more sense because you have that time constraint and there's this choppiness intraday. For me, I'm kind of like a pure find me something trending. I have a pullback play that I run with the VWAP scans, but it's just give me that wicked risk reward. And I don't care if I'm wrong 70% of the time. That doesn't affect me at all. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't, your bank account doesn't care how often you were wrong. It cares, is there more money or less money in it? What period of consolidation? It's flexible is kind of the way I'll say. So it's not just using Bollinger Bands, I guess is the other way to put it. It's using a combination of Bollinger Bands and then some other metrics that we use for volatility contraction. You can't get super into the details, but again, that's the premise behind it, right? So Ryan, insurance agency, not sexy, but same kind of thing, right? In a pretty big uptrend for a period of time, consolidating real tight at these highs. If you look at the weekly chart, these are really significant highs. So if we can get through that, that's again the play I'll make. And again, I am totally wrong. I'm totally okay being wrong on these plays because I know when I nail them that these are going to be really big runners. Right? So I only need one really good runner a month to wipe out tons and tons of little tiny losses and then add a bunch of profit to my bottom line. Thoughts on Tesla? I think Tesla's in a downtrend, right? So personally, I'm a trend trader. I don't try to pick bottoms. Again, I've never met a bottom picker who's really, really happy. Now, just looking at it, there's some area going on here, but opened up today and just completely crapped. So it's just, this is kind of a broken chart for me right now. Again, for me, I want to see, if it is pulling back, I want to see shallow pullbacks. Like this is a pretty shallow pullback, but I just don't see anything interesting here to tell me that this is going to be the area. So if you want to take a shot, take a shot. But to me, this one's gotten beaten pretty hard, right? Even way back here. So if it gets to 300, it's got a little bit of resistance there as well. I would rather look at things like what else is going on here? COP, ConocoPhillips. Right. For me, this is a little bit more my jam, right? Moving up, and you can see we're getting really, really tight here. So if we can break out in ConocoPhillips, we can go from there. Also, just like a lot of scans, if you're very thoughtfully going through scans, there's a lot of things to learn. Like if you go through a lot of these names, there's not a lot of exciting names in it, right? It doesn't mean they'll never be. It just means right now that's kind of how it's going. If you look at a lot of these things, there is a lot of oil drilling and gas wells, which just shows me this is what they call in technical analysis, they call it bottoms up analysis. There's top down where you look at the overall market, you look at all the individual sectors, and then you kind of find what it is that you're interested in under all of those. Then there's bottom up analysis where you're basically saying, I'm going to use a trend system. We have TI strength, we have the score composite rating. Now we have this. We have a lot of different trend systems. And when I notice patterns inside those trend systems, that to me can be what I look at for what's going on in the overall market and the overall world. I actually did a presentation on this for the CMT recently, if anyone checked that out, all about this kind of concept that you don't need to understand all of the fundamentals and what's going on in the world. You can simply just say, hey, I'm interested in, I have a system. I've built that system into a scan, and then I'm just going to kind of go through there. And as long as your scan has some concept of relative strength or trend, then you're going to notice these patterns. Like when I went through this, I noticed a whole lot of oil and drilling companies could be saying that there may be a pop coming in for that kind of stuff, right? Maybe there's something's going to happen in the near future that's going to cause these to move higher. But again, you can see, if you kind of track it out, I know people are, especially traders, are really, really interested in chart pattern, but for me, it's always more important to step back and say, okay, what does the chart pattern mean, right? What does a bull flag actually mean, and what does a pennant mean, and right, what does a ascending triangle mean? Like, what is the crux of 90% of patterns out there, especially the trend continuation patterns? Well, all they are, if you look at all of these, right, a flag, a pennant, let's draw the ascending triangle a little bit better, kind of hard to draw with the mouse, but all they are is looking at a trend in a stock and then looking for volatility to contract, and then, right, continuation. Same with, right, just buying base breakouts. The idea is that the stock's stuck in a range for a period of time. When it finally gets out of that range, the people who are betting short here have to cover. You have the people who trade momentum, they buy, so on and so forth, right? So this is why I'm really, really excited about this one, is because it summarizes all of these patterns into something that's just really incredibly simple and easy to use. It just took I had a couple conversations with really professional traders that I respect, and I had to bat this around for a while to kind of say, okay, how do I express this in mathematics, right? So then ERF, here's another oil and gas extraction, right? There seems to be something going on in that space where had a big up move, had some consolidation. For me, I'm going to, if it breaks that, I may bet higher. If you want to use these for revision, go right ahead. It just means that you're kind of fighting this overall trend. If that works for you, hats off, have at it. For me, I'm just going to look to see on the continuation. Right, CTRA, another oil and gas extraction, right? So there's something going on in the space. So if I take a look at XOP, is that XOP? Right, that's making sense because we're getting kind of the same pattern from XOP. Oops. Highlighter's fine. Right, we're getting that same push up, move sideways kind of thing in XOP. Then we also have crack, CRAK. Not that kind of crack. And crack is basically, let me move this in, just a oil refiners ETF. Right, so we have, this is basically just the oil refiners, and the same kind of thing, right? They're all up near prior important highs, had a big move up and then a sideways consolidation. So it makes sense that you're seeing a lot of things from a sector if this one works as well, right? You have results showing the 5-minute consolidation. Already have a steady trend higher in different time frames. So basically the question is, if I'm using this must be more for intraday trading, which I admittedly don't do a lot of because I admittedly am not very good at it. I am interested in trying this this kind of thing and building like intraday portfolios. But yes, we have them for the 5-minute time frame. And let's actually make that 5 minutes, and then we'll just switch. You can see crack doesn't trade very much. So let's take a look at something like Cube. For me, I am the question is basically, do I use other time frames? And yes, absolutely. If you look at Barry's screen, we can go back here. I keep forgetting that I can do this. So I brought up Barry's screen for a second. You can see the multiple time frames, 15 minutes, 1 day, 1 week, right? And you'll notice that that very often. And that's really the reason we made these picture-in-picture charts, is because then you can have whatever your execution time frame is up there and keep an eye on another time frame. I'm a big supporter of multiple time frames in technical analysis. And in fact, if you're looking for a book, Brian Shannon's book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames, is great, because you're always trying to predict. If you're a day trader, you're basically trying to predict what the daily candle is going to look like, right? If you're a swing trader, you're basically trying to use a day time frame to look for what the longer term, the weekly candle is, right? If you're an investor, you're basically trying to say, okay, what is the yearly candle going to look like, right? So the idea is you're always, because, right, if I buy Cube right here, I'm basically betting and hoping that that Cube has come in, and if I'm buying it on this breakout right here, I'm basically hoping that the candle kind of closes up here, right? So I need to know what's in my way if I want to make that bet. Well, right, I obviously see there's some resistance right here. If I look on the daily chart, that's kind of a downtrend. So for me personally, I like trend alignment. So I'll kind of click through these things until I see something that's a little bit more interesting, right? So if we look at X-ray, at least on the 5-minute chart, this thing's in a nice uptrend. The daily chart doesn't look great, but let's go check that out and see maybe there's not much in the way. Then I look at it and I say, okay, yeah, this thing is in a downtrend. So I don't think there'll be a lot of like excitement on it, right? And again, this is just my style. We leave it open so that everyone can kind of do whatever they'd like with it. Right. So Pan W is just another utility type stock. Simple ascending triangle going on right here, looking at this time frame. And then if we zoom in on the daily chart, this to me looks a little bit better, because at least it's just putting in a base here. It's not selling right off. It's been kind of chopping around. So maybe for an intraday trade, but in my perfect world, I want to see a daily chart that looks really good, and then also a 15-minute chart or an intraday chart that looks good. Because, right, why wouldn't I? Unless you're trading with a prop firm that has like very specific rules about exiting, if you get something like AERS, you can see on the 5-minute chart down here, it's getting very tight. Something like this, where I'm also seeing an uptrend and a bit of a bull flag on the longer term chart, then that's great. Because if I buy it on the 5-minute break and then all of a sudden it just runs all day and closes above 100, maybe I sell most and I keep a little bit, and that's how I swing trade. I know a lot of people, and that's how they swing trade, is they always day trade, but they day trade in the direction of the longer term chart. And if a trade goes really well for them, maybe they bought 1,000 shares and then they sold 700 shares, and they go, 300 shares, I'm just going to keep this as a swing trade. And then they feel better about it because they've already locked in a decent amount of profit. And I have one guy who messaged me when the market was just doing great, which obviously we're pulling back here. But yeah, in through this period, he messaged me. He was on the golf course or something. I know he's a day trader, and I was like, "What are you doing? Right, get to work." And he basically said, "Listen, so many of my day trades have worked out so well that my portfolio is basically full." He's like, "I'm out of buying power." So he was just riding these positions until the market reversed, and then his plan was to exit the position and start day trading again. So that's one of the main reasons that I think multiple time frame works. And then the other reason is that you don't want to be buying a stock on the intraday basis if there's a bunch of resistance like right overhead, because then you're kind of limiting your risk reward. So I definitely use those as well. I trade pullbacks. So I would suggest, if you're a pullback trader, is take a look at the anchored VWAP product. Now, we built this in conjunction with Brian Shannon, who's kind of like the godfather of a VWAP. And this is my personal pullback kind of setup, right? So the idea is, let's actually just make it super easy, and we'll go to AVWAP and we'll go to the AVWAP pullback. So for anyone who doesn't know, just a quick kind of briefing about what Anchored VWAP is. And Anchored VWAP is essentially, oh, DHY. That's fine, a good looking one. VRM, here we go. So Anchored VWAP is a moving average that's more than just a moving average. So if you look at something like the 10 SMA, it's simply the last 10 candles closing prices divided by 10, right? So you take the last 10 candles and then you divide it by 10, and that's the price. That's why I'm not a big fan of them, because they're just like really basic in that way. The EMAs, same thing. The last 10 candles with a little bit of fancy math done, so the more recent data gets a little bit more of a bump. Again, it's why they have been tested ad nauseum and do not work in the long run. However, Anchored VWAP to me makes a lot more sense. And if I would read the book, right? Brian Shannon put out a book, Maximizing Trading Profits with Anchored VWAP, I think it's called. And the idea is simply, we know that Anchored VWAP is used as a tool for hedge funds to fill orders. If you're a large hedge fund, we're using VRM, for example, VRRM, it's done 300,000 shares today. If I'm a large hedge fund, I may want to buy, 10 million shares of this company. I can't just go out and buy them. I have to buy them piecemeal, right? So I need to create some sort of algorithm to say, hey, buy a little bit every day until I get my 10 million shares. Try not to disturb the market. So what will happen quite often is they will use Anchored VWAPs as, this is my target to what I considered fair value. So it is price and it is volume kind of combined into an indicator. So the idea, if you're a pullback trader, which this is the pullback strategy I use, is you're looking for Anchored VWAPs from major events, right? Don't get real nitty gritty about drawing them, right? For example, VRM was pulling back, it hit this low right here, and then it rocketed, right? So to me, that's a pretty major event that occurred, and it also gapped from there. So that was probably earnings or good news or something like that. So this candle is a very significant event that occurred on VRM. What the product does is it draws that VWAP for you. So you don't really need to know where to draw it from. It takes care of all the guesswork, draws it for you. The idea on simply, if you're trying to trade pullbacks, is if I'm seeing support down here on an Anchored VWAP, I'm going to set an order to buy. VRM, I'm pretty sure I actually own some of it. I would love to say I got all the way up here, but I think I actually bought it in here and then got out somewhere in this area. So could have done better. I think I trade these so much, I don't know. So it gaps up, comes in, it holds that Anchored VWAP, pops off it a bit, comes back in, holds that Anchored VWAP, massive bounce off it, comes back in. So far, if you look at the last two candles, it gapped under the Anchored VWAP on Friday and then rallied. And then yesterday it came down, it traded under the Anchored VWAP for a while and then rallied. So maybe, we'll never know for sure, but maybe there is an institution filling orders around this price. If that turns out to be the case and we get a little bit of bounce from here, then this would be an interesting pullback to buy, because the beauty of trading pullbacks is that your risk reward is very tiny, right? So say you buy it over these highs, there's your entry point, here's your risk. That's a super tiny amount, right? And say it gets back to highs, then that's your return. And that, if there is a holy grail of trading, I know I'll hammer the table probably till the day I die on this. If there is an advantage that we have as traders, is that we can get away with stuff like this, where hedge funds and large institutions can't. We can stack 4 or 5 our trades, like 4 or 5 times your risk. So this is a very interesting AVWAP strategy. And again, you'll see all these are drawn in from significant lows, right? So we have pullback right to the anchored VWAP from all-time lows or at least significant lows. Let's go out on, like, let's say a monthly chart here. Maybe not all-time lows. Oh no, looks like it may have been all-time lows on BRSP, whatever this guy is. Finding support right there now. So if we see a bounce from there, away you go. Now, the other part of the question was I can only trade on Mondays. Well, thankfully, we have that same strategy, not just for daily charts, but we actually have that for weekly charts. So if you zoom out here, let's go to a weekly time frame right here, and then start to click through these, you'll see that the same kind of thing is occurring. So Gilead, right? Gilead is finding a bunch of support, right? Obviously, the thing I like about this anchored VWAP is that the trend element is already built in because it has to be above this anchored VWAP in order to pull back to it. So it means that, hey, Gilead has definitely been trending up for a long period of time. And then it pulls back in right here. You can see for a couple weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, like, wait, just go, we're talking months. So how long is this? That is the beginning of June until now. It's really been fighting this anchored VWAP. So, right, the trade here, I think, would be relatively simple. You could either wait for it to get to 80 or above 80 and then enter there, or if you just want to, get a little cute with it, maybe you buy a little bit here if this week closes strong, right? So you do your scanning on the weekend if you say you only trade Monday, and then put out the orders. Say, hey, okay, if I can get a good fill on Gilead around here, that's great. I'll put my stop right down there. Again, let's clean this up. So that would be your entry. That would be your stop. If we get to highs, that's your target, right? So the distance between this and the distance between this, I promise you, that is what will keep you alive and profitable in the long run as a trader. Won't be finding a magic formula that makes you correct all the time. It will be the fact that when you're right, you are really right. And when you're wrong, you're just a little bit wrong. So I'd say more than anything, I think risk management and position sizing is the most important thing in trading. The rest of it is just whatever. Right. So as I click through these, you can see it's drawing the anchored VWAP for me. So that's all that really matters to me, right? So Yext, right, depending on your time frame, this thing definitely got killed, but it put in a nice bottom in this area. It's been uptrending for the better part of a year now, and it's coming back in. It's so far finding support at that anchored VWAP. So then you would just need, so basically what's missing from using this as a trading plan, the thing that you have to kind of fill in yourself is, what do I define as, yes, it's finding support? Does that mean, taking a weekly closing high? Because again, if you're only trading on Mondays, then it would make sense to use like weekly charts, put in all your orders, buy whatever you want on Monday, set your stop losses, and then move on. And then next week, right, you're either going to be up or you're going to be down, and kind of go from there. Which is kind of how I trade, except I can do this every day. I just do it on the close. On the close is where I kind of set everything up. I figure out what's working, what's not working. And then I kind of go from there. So, right, pull back right to, right, an anchored VWAP. So if we find support here, and again, you have to define whatever that is and start to push up, then, right, again, say your entries around here, and say your stop loss around here, and then that's your return. So that's your risk, right? And that's your return. So you're risking like 50 cents to make $5, right? So like 10 times your risk. And again, you can just sit there and you can crunch the math. If when you're right, you are making 10 times when you're right what you are losing when you're wrong, then holy crap, right? You don't have to be right very often. If you're right a third of the time with a risk reward like that, you can compound an account into sizable really, really quickly, right? Now we have it to the other side as well. We have strategy, we have anchored VWAP. Now we have the bounce. So this will be the other way around, where if we click on this, you'll see some, oh, that's volume spike. Let's not do volume spike. Let's do a VWAP bounce weekly. So if we take a look at a lot of these, you can see they're kind of coming up. So Chesapeake Energy is coming up to an anchored VWAP from the high, and it's hitting there. So again, you do the same thing. You have to come up with what is your definition when you're scanning on the weekend for Monday of this thing finding support. Maybe it's maybe you're zooming into a daily chart and it's a move off of whatever it is for a short side. Now, I will say if you're buying stuff on Monday and then you're not allowed to really trade or look at it till next week, I would be careful on the short side. I think you're better doing a system of I'm going to buy pullbacks or be in cash. I think that kind of makes sense. So Dole, here's bananas. Bananas have been in an amazing uptrend. It's been a very bullish time for bananas, going from, what was the low here? $7 to 14. So bananas have doubled off its low and now pulling back. So, right, if this is going to be kind of a long-term trend for bananas, then right, maybe you watch this for the next few weeks, put it on a list somewhere. You can kind of you can click the heart button and that will put to my like list, that kind of things, right? I think Apple looks a lot like Tesla, where it's just getting kind of slammed. Yeah, not as hard as Tesla, but it is getting kind of slammed. So now that we're on the AVWAP topic, this would be a good time to, right, you look for a significant low. So that's a anchored VWAP from a significant low. And again, don't try to get cute with it. It should stand out on a chart of, right, we were in a downtrend. And the moment this low started, that's when the uptrend started. So I'm going to anchor from right there. And you can see it still has a little bit of room to fall. So again, I'm not a, hey, I'm going to buy it because it's on discount kind of person. So I'm a setup or a systematic trader, I guess you could put it. I have like 3 or 4 setups that I go to. I go to those setups, and then if there's a trade, great. If there's not a trade, great, right? What I will say is I have never met a trader who just looks at a chart and then tries to predict what's going to happen next to the company. That is a trader that is successful doing that. It's just not the way the game is played. Now, I know that's an unsatisfying answer because, right, you asked about Apple and Tesla. So it seems like you may have some stocks and you want to like play them and see if they're going to go up or down. Again, I've met a lot of traders. I've mentored a lot of traders. I worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years. I worked on a prop firm for 5 years. Never met a trader who just looks at a chart and says, this is going to go up or this is going to go down. Never once. What successful traders do is they have a plan, they have a system, they have a setup, and they look for things that line up with that setup, and then they take that trade. And that setup they have, that's what has the edge. And the trader is implementing that setup, right? So no trader, whether it's the greatest trader in the world or some schmuck off the street, has any kind of predictive power to tell the future of what's going to happen to a stock. It just doesn't happen, right? So what traders do again is they build systems and styles, and right, if you've been in this room for a while and you watch Barry, this is his style of, right, looking for momentum on shorter float or lower float names and going with that momentum, right? That is his style. But Barry has no idea what's going to happen next to Tesla, or Apple, and nor does anyone else, right? So if you are still, the reason I say this, and not to pick on anyone, is because I know that when traders get started, they believe that if I just, take this technical analysis course or stare at charts long enough or do whatever, then I will then have an edge of what's going to happen next in the market. And you won't, right? And you just never will. But if you develop a system that says, hey, I buy, like the gentleman who was saying, hey, I can only trade on Mondays and I like to trade pullbacks. That's a wicked start to a system. That is the exact way to start building a system. So you say, this is the kind of trading that makes the most sense to me, in his case, pullbacks. And this is the time I have to allocate to trading. That is like the first two kind of parts of a trading system. And then what you do is you go through and from there you refine that, right? So the suggestion I had for that gentleman was take a look at these anchored view up pullbacks on a weekly chart. If you only have the Mondays to trade and you're looking to trade pullbacks, this is a good place to take a look at because it will give you pullbacks that you can then say, assuming I'm looking at this on the weekend, let's say LVS. Let's assume I'm looking at LVS on the weekend. I can go through and say, okay, maybe I like this pullback in LVS for this reason. I do whatever research I want to do on the company, all this kind of stuff. And then, I'll place my orders. Maybe I'll watch it Monday to see if the action is interesting to me. And if it is, I'll buy some, and then here's my stop. Right, the actual system part of building the strategy, that's kind of the easy part at the end of it, right? That's why I really like those questions of, this is the kind of trading I want to do, and this is the time frame I have a lot to do it. That's right, that's the way to do it. And again, same with how Barry works, right? It is just a different time frame and a different style, but I know that this is the style of trading that I like to do, and this is how I do it, and he has a process, right? Everyone has this kind of process that they're going through. Again, any trader who has been here for a length of time or been anywhere for a length of time and is successful has this kind of process built out, and their process may look completely different from everyone else's, but they have one, right? They're not just kind of looking at charts and guessing what's going to happen next, right? NVDL earnings tomorrow, no idea. Nor does anyone else. On the weekly chart, kind of looks fine. NVDL definitely doesn't have earnings. Oh, it's NVIDIA. So to say this one's a ETF, but it's an ETF NVIDIA. No idea. Strong chart. No one knows what's going to happen because of earnings, right? Not anything that meets any of my trading plans, so not something I'm going to look at. I specifically have in my trading plan to not trade things before earnings. That is a big, bold letter written because it's this binary event where not a single person on planet Earth, except the CFO of the company, knows what they're going to report. And that CFO of the company is obliged, obviously, not to tell anyone. Difference between base break and volatility contraction. So base break, if we go again into the Market Explorer, into pattern recognition, then we have the tight base daily. The idea there, so let's go into a daily chart. The volatility contraction pattern is basically using volatility metrics. Bollinger Band is one of them. It's using a couple other ones. There is no price action involved in it. It's using all indicators and really fancy math to kind of get that volatility contraction. Base break is using price action. So basically what base break is doing, I can talk about this one a little more because it's less nuanced and less protection. It's basically just saying that the 20 period high and the 20 period low are tight, right? So it's basically just saying that the stock normally moves X. So I measured that with an ATR. So Google has an ATR of, where is it? Average true range, $2.72. So on any given day, Google generally moves, right? Obviously can move more, can move less, generally moves around $2.72. And then it calculates the 20-day high, and it calculates, or the 20 period high and the 20 period low. And it says, I want the 20 period high and the 20 period low to be less than, let's say, $6 in this case, like 2 times what it will move in the day. And then what you get from that is just quite often these tight bases, because it's basically saying that For order to meet the scan, again, the high and the low of the stock for that 20 period has to be less than the average true range, or a multiple of the average true range. So again, you generally end up getting, as you click through, is just stocks that are putting in this tight base. So that's the difference. Is one is like very kind of quant heavy and uses all these indicators. The other one is just very much a what's the high of the price, what's the low of the price, is that abnormally tight? Yes, meets the scan, right? Yes, Barry.
You know what? I want to add one thing to earnings. You mentioned that only the CFO, even if you knew
Yeah.
what was going to happen,
Mhm.
even if you had, you somehow, and we've seen this a couple of times, very rarely, but somehow earnings get leaked before they actually happen. But even if you knew, there was still no guarantee you're going to know the direction. I mean, with I would say maybe with Nvidia last time, perhaps, but it's amazing that even if, because how many times do you hear people say, I don't get it. Earnings were good, revenue was good, guidance was good,
Yeah.
everything was good, stock is down 10%. I mean, it's just, you just absolutely don't know, even if you had those numbers ahead of time.
Well, yeah, and it's more it's kind of about how the earnings itself doesn't really matter, but it's the earnings relative to what a whole bunch of hedge funds, CFA nerds thought was going to happen, right?
Mhm.
If the stock loses money significantly and growth is slowing and all of that, but it's losing money at a less rate and growth is slowing at a less rate than a whole bunch of quant nerds had put into their model, that stock could rip, right? And
Mhm.
same with the other way around. The Nvidia could say, oh yeah, we're making more money than we ever thought was possible, and demand is higher for our GPUs than we ever thought was possible. But that doesn't really matter if if already priced in by the market, which is again those CFA quant nerds, if they expected more, then yeah, they'll sell the stock and they'll say, oh no, we thought they were going to sell a billion GPUs and they're only going to sell 750 million GPUs, right? But for an
Mhm.
amateur, they may go, well, they're selling 750. That's amazing, right? That's why that's one of the main reasons. Again, even though I'm trained to do that kind of balance sheet analysis and all that stuff, I never do it because you're right. It doesn't, you need to know way too much about what the general public kind of thinks of something.
Yeah, and that's, so you're right. I mean, that's why I just wait for earnings to happen, and then yeah, will I miss out on Nvidia that had like a $40 or $50 gap the day of? Absolutely, but
Hmm.
those things are few and far between. Usually, you can wait to the next day. Yes, if a stock gaps up 10%, you'll miss that first 10%, but if it's really good, that could still tack on another 20 or 30% intraday. And so
Easy.
I just
Yeah.
don't like to gamble. I'm very conservative, even though, people think, oh, day trading, that's the Wild West. Certainly not the way I do it anyway. I'm very, very conservative when it comes to trading, and I don't like to take chances and risks.
Well, and A, that's good. And B, I don't know if you were there for the rant or not, but I gave the same old um trading strategy kind of rant where that is your setup, right? We had a question of someone that I thought was really really good, someone who's trying to build a strategy, and
I
then we
read that.
had
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
yeah, and then we had some questions about what's the stock going to do next, and
Hmm.
um my argument there was no one knows, right? And I said when
Hmm.
Barry comes back, he'll agree with me that no one knows what a stock's going to do yet. But
Nobody knows.
what you do is you have a system, a style, a setup, whatever you want to call it, and you milk that. So for yours, kind of like for mine, it says if earnings is soon, no go, right?
No
And
go.
then
Never, never
right,
break that rule. Never, never, never.
wait until that's done and then evaluate. And that's kind of if you take a look for the individual that was looking to trade earnings, the pullback strategy for the anchored VWAP, I am still in love with for these large gaps. I need to make a change where it's not giving me as much data as I want. But yeah, so like this Ernie or whatever it is, ERIE, I don't really like the look of this one. But for example, right, if you miss the earnings run, well, it might be coming back down to that, right? So
Mhm.
that's another way to look at it, is that Trader Stewie is actually a good follow on Twitter. He's like the Family Guy Stewie avatar,
Right,
but
right.
his whole trading style is just that. He looks for the power earnings gaps and then waits for some kind of setup to come from it, and then takes trades based off those. And he publishes results, and he's very, very successful doing it. But it's the same thing. Never betting on earnings, seeing that there was a power earnings gap, he calls it, or a gap, in the direction of a trend, and then wait for some type of a setup, right? Whether it's
Mhm.
moving averages or AVWAP or pattern recognition, who cares, right? Uh, at the end of the day, it's kind of all the same stuff, right?
Yep. And yeah, my style is so simple. Look left, look left, look left. That's all I do. I mean,
Yep.
with a few other things, but I mean that's my main attraction because people ask me, why do you have a daily chart and a weekly chart up when you only have a 15-minute chart up? One, you have a 5 and a 2 and a 1 and a 30-second chart up.
Yeah.
You're a day trader. I say, yeah, but I don't care about that because every stock I see is going to be either near the high of the day or the low of the day.
Hmm.
So what's going to interest me is looking left. Where could it keep going before it's going to hit a potential resistance area? That's all I care about. I mean,
And
it's
that,
so simple.
well,
It's
and
so simple.
as someone, again, I worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years. I've worked with prop firms, I've mentored traders, the whole nine yards. And yeah, there's some commonalities with successful traders. And that's definitely one. Has a plan, and the plan is not stupid complicated, which is,
Hmm.
why I really like, especially for the swing trading side of things. More I look at the day trading side of things on this volatility contraction, the more I have some ideas. I may have to do longer term stuff in there, like kind of
Hmm.
like you're talking about, like try to find on the 5 minute stuff, try to find stuff where there's nothing really in the way, where it's maybe at like a 20-day high or something at least.
Right,
But
right.
the thing that I like about it is simple. So I talked about how interested here I am in Kaba,
Hmm.
and just really basic setup. The thing's gone from 50 cents to $14, so it's an absolute monster. It's got a pretty high short float, and it's just, knocking along this $14. And that's it. That's
Hmm.
the whole trading plan. If it can get above this 14, I'll buy some. If it gets back below and into this base, I'll probably get out. And if I'm right, hopefully all these shorts that are short from 50 cents that are just getting creamed have to sell, and maybe gets to $20 or something, right? But
Hmm.
yeah, that's really good for the audience. It's a really good tip, is just keep it. You will not, and I say this all the time, you will not beat Goldman Sachs and the handful of quants that they're paying $2 to $3 million a year and all of this crazy stuff. You're just not going to beat them. But the beauty of it is, as retail traders, we don't have to. We just got to, our advantages that we can get in and out of stuff really, really quick. So you just got to find a trading style that kind of clicks with that, right? Something you can get in. If you're wrong, you get out right away. Maybe you make a few bucks, maybe you lose a few bucks, and then when you're right, you're really right. And yeah, just don't overcomplicate it and try to be smarter than a Goldman, an MBA from Harvard, who's been studying the oil sector his entire life, and is paid $2 million a year to advise Goldman Sachs on oil. Right? You're not gonna be smarter than that dude. So
You're going to have to hold on just for a second here, Michael. I hit a button and I
sure.
lost everything on my charts.
Uh-oh.
Like I lost everything on my three monitors. So just give me a moment as I try to
Sure thing.
recover. Okay.
Ron says, I absolutely love the market explorer strategies, which we love, but I wish creation is visible. Um,
He's looking for the filters and stuff,
Criterion.
what you're
Yeah.
using.
Um, yeah. So, we can't do that for a couple of reasons. One is that it's because these are so advanced strategies, they take a lot of load on the server. And then B, it's some proprietary stuff, but I can't really show you all the things that are in it because it's like really complicated. Like there's in this type, or the volatility contraction, there's like 30 rows of code, right? So it'd be obnoxious to show. But what I do, and I'm going to do more of when I'm back from Toronto, is if you go to the help guide, help user guide, there is a write up and a video for all of the Market Explorer. Where is Market Explorer? So if I click on this, there is a video that I have made and a write up that Stephanie has done, and she does a brilliant job with these write ups, and just talks about how to use it and then what all the different scans are. Right, so RSI divergence, right? Talks about it right here. I have a video on RSI divergence. This is actually, and then an appearance that I've made on Trader TV that Stephanie has pulled out. So we are, I know I'm behind on this, but I will definitely be doing more of these. I'll make sure that I have a video and a little description for everything that's in the Market Explorer next week. I promise.
Michael, I'm back,
You are
and we've
back.
gone overtime. So thanks for the extra 5 minutes. I
No worries.
panicked there. I hit some button and everything disappeared. But anyway, we're all back.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Sounds
We'll
good.
talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, I am just give me a moment here. I'm back in both rooms now. Yeah, I hit some button and everything disappeared on all my monitors. So I scrambled to get everything back. And now this is okay, guys. So now the NSSC, that's a new high for the day. So it did pull back to, I don't know, 20, just underneath around 23. So again, 2369 is the key number. 2369 is the next high looking left. I still have a little bit of this. I was holding some just in case it would take out this 2369. And if it does, well, obviously it's got a ton of room. I'm not suggesting at all that it's going to get close to 39, but 2369 is a key number, I think, that a lot of traders will be looking at. Yeah, that ATX, ATX G, I saw that. I was while I was on my break, got the alert at 239. I mean, it did pop up to 268, but I was watching it and it was just jumping up and down, up and down. I think it was a bit of a spread issue. Remember yesterday, if you were in the room yesterday, I was interested in this PINC. It was moving down, down, down. It was going to have earnings today, and it did. And this is now, I mean, it's an all-time. That's right. This is an all-time low. PINC is an all-time low. All-time low for PINC. It doesn't trade options really. I mean, it's traded at 137, but that's it. It doesn't really trade options very much. That's why it's not going to show up in the option scanner. Hmm. Boy, this is interesting. PINC, I wish I maybe got it. Well, you know what? It hasn't really dropped that much from the 50 mark. Now the issue is, 118 million in the float. It's not down that much. And it's only down 1.7%. Boy, this is at the beginning of the day, it actually popped up to $26 before it fell. But this is an all-time low, PINC. Look at the struggle that NSSC so far is having to take out that high yesterday. I mean, guys, it got up to the penny. I mean, people think I'm crazy to think that, well, it's only one day and it's one little high. Why should that stop it? I don't know, but seen it too many times. And I'm not talking about that specific stock. I'm just seeing it so many times. That's all it takes. I'm not saying that's going to stop it forever, but again, look what it got to. It got up to 23.68, and yesterday's high is 23.69. No streaming. Um, are you guys? I know. Okay, what's happening here? So you guys can't see my screen? Yeah. Okay. Good. So Dharmesh, if you can't see it, if you can hear me, maybe just do a refresh, okay? Because I am screening. Others are saying they can see my screen, so maybe do a refresh. The option activity box? Nope. Well, it when you asked, I mean, understand that the last alert that we had was that KISS alert, but after that, until we got this one, nothing was meeting the filter requirements. I mean, there have not been very many results from this one today, which is fine. I mean, we don't want to be over. Remember last week for the last couple of weeks, remember how this was full because we were in earning season, guys. We're not in earning season anymore. We do have some companies, of course, releasing earnings, but we are not in major earning season anymore. And so consequently, why we're seeing so many in the last couple of weeks is because when a company releases earnings, assuming they do trade options, usually the option volume will explode that day, because it just the either up, well, it doesn't mean the option volume could explode and that can drive the price down or up. But again, we are not in earning season now, so Dharmesh, well, first of all, can you hear me also? Well, believe it or not, trade swings, they have, because gone are the days. I mean, I remember, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, we'd have some weeks at 1,500 in the week. So they have spread it out a little bit because we don't see those weeks anymore. GWH. Let's see, take a look at GWH. Well, let's see. It's got some room looking left, $1.64. I don't know if that's enough from $1.40. That's about 20 cents. Anything happening? Relative volume, it's picking up. But something's happening. Yeah. I mean, the volume is coming in. All right, guys. Sorry. Well, that's why, I mean, we don't have very many earnings plays right now, but, look at the ones we did have. We had CSIQ, BJ, we have Macy's, we had, I mean, Macy's has been wonderful all day, really. I never took this one, but Macy's has been really wonderful all day. There it is on the 10-day daily breakdown, 1041, 1315. The reason I didn't take it is that I thought it was, for me, it was a little close to the whole number. Had this been, at 1290 or something, I probably would have taken this. But I mean, it's been I mean, it really, from there, from 1315, it got underneath 13, held this 1290 for quite a while, and now it's just inching its way down again. And CSIQ, I mean, this is another earnings play. Had the alert at 10:02, 2821. And what did it get down to? 2683. I mean, that's a great percentage move. Now, you might say, well, I rather would have seen it right here. Well, you can construct a scan to see something like this right off the bat, yes. But I can tell you exactly the reason we didn't see it early, because I'm looking at that relative volume. Till the relative volume hits 8, okay? Until it hits 8, you're not going to see it in this scan. So there it was at 989, but look how the volume has tailed off. So now the relative volume is only 6.8. So consequently, you're not going to see it over and over here again. Or I'm sorry, you're not going to see it here over and over again. All right, guys, I have to do a video. So what time is it? It is now 117, say 118. So say by 128, should be no longer than that. Could be sooner, but just in case. All right, so I'll mute myself in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, well, Dharmesh, I don't know if Dharmesh can hear me. All right, guys. Well, NSSC is one, it's trying again. It's trying again. Okay. You know what? I mean, if it takes it out, it tried. It's within 3 pennies of that high of yesterday now. Well, I think he sees the trading room. He says he can't see the streaming, I think. And hopefully my noise cancel. Well, there it goes, guys. So it is now just above yesterday's high, and that's the NSSC. Still right at that level, 2365, 2371. And I'm hoping my noise canceling is working today, guys. It's Tuesday. The leaf blowers are right outside my window, so hopefully noise canceling is working. And if you hear me talking a little bit more loudly, that's the reason. Okay, good. Thanks. You're talking about shoes. Well, boy, unless you know your size specifically for that shoe, I think shoes are really hard to order online. Unless it's the same shoe you've been buying, because yeah, you might be a size 12 wide in one shoe, but another shoe it just doesn't fit the same. Anyway, why is that going to take my foot measurement? Yeah, I don't trust it. Oh, is he talking about getting into the trading room, perhaps? Okay. Oh, I see. I see. I thought he meant he couldn't see. Okay. Well, hmm. Let's see what happens. This link might still work. Let me see what happens if I just type in my trading room link. This should work then. This should still work. Okay. I'm hoping anyway. Oh, true enough, true enough, true enough. What am I thinking of? Of course, he's in the room. Yes, yes. So he's talking about seeing. Yeah, you got me all. You guys getting me all mixed up. Yeah, so he's talking about seeing my screen. I don't know. I don't know how to help him. He can't hear. It doesn't sound like he can hear me. He probably just has to do a refresh. Look at NSSC just still struggling really to get through that high of yesterday. I mean, it took it out briefly, but not by much. And now you've got a couple of topping tails here. So PJ, or maybe PJ's not here anymore. Did you guys get into that FN at all? I mean, it looks interesting now. It's now over. I mean, FN, FN might be worth a shot here, guys. I mean, it did hit 154 in the at one point before it pulled back. Oh man, these COVID plays. I thought we'd seen the last of those for ever, but I guess not. And NVC. Yeah, all these come. Remember all this 2 year, 3, 4 years ago, talking about all these companies. Okay, so the question is, how can I get an alert for a MACD crossover on the 15-minute chart? If we have it, I don't know. I don't know if you've checked, but this is what we have for MACD. I don't trade MACDs, but this is what we have. If we don't, God, so this is what we have for MACDs. Yeah, so we don't. Yeah, so I don't know how this relates to a 15-minute chart, to be honest. This is what we have for it, high. You don't see it here. I mean, these are the 15-minute time frames. Okay. Crossed above the signal, below the signal, cross above zero, cross below zero on 15. If that is what you're looking for, then we have it. If you don't see it here, then we don't have it. Okay. All you do is go to an alert window and then right click and do a search and just start typing in MACD. That's what we have. So I mean, if one of these alerts works for you, then just a matter of okay, pick your price range you want, minimum volume, things like that, and create the alert scan based on all this. Okay, does that answer your question? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right. Am I on mute in our YouTube room? Okay. Can somebody tell me if you can hear me in YouTube? Maybe Pepe's there. I hate bothering Pepe all the time. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. So hi, hi. Can you hear? We're only talking to hi here now because I answered your question. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I thanks for anybody who's telling me you can hear me on YouTube. I'm just directing it towards hi because he asked the same question after I answered him. So it's possible he just doesn't hear me. All right, guys. Well, again, this NSSC challenging that 2369 level. FN is holding 151, trying to hold 151. Spread is not terrible. Well, not terrible. Not for a $150 stock. Okay, downgrades and upgrades archetype. So all it means is these are just analyst opinions of where a stock could go. Okay, either they're upgrading a stock. So in other words, they may have a lot of them might put a price target on it. So let's just say, for argument's sake, some analyst decided to look at NNVC. You might see an upgrade by some analysts, and then maybe they put a price target of 3. Okay, these are just analysts' opinions. And then, of course, on the flip side, they could be downgrading a stock and basically saying, we don't like this stock as much as we used to if they were following before, and now we're putting this price target on it. So upgrades and downgrades, I mean, some of them carry more weight than others. Somebody like Goldman, we've had some good ones from Morgan Stanley. Wedbush used to be something we used to follow, but it's just an opinion. Okay, so just because some analysts, we've seen some crazy ones. Stocks at $3, and you have some analysts saying, and we think this is a $40 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to 40 ever. Okay, I've been doing this for years in terms of the putting the upgrades and downgrades. Sometimes one of you may hold a stock, one of those stocks, and you would go, okay, it's got an upgrade or a downgrade. Okay, guys, FN holding a 151. Okay, give me one moment, guys. Was this an earnings play? Yes, it was. Kohl's was an earnings play, is an earnings play. Didn't really see that much in the pre-market. Maybe the volume wasn't that much. This has not come out yet? Oh, you're right. I am sorry. You were right. Trade swings. It is tomorrow. I thought that said the 22nd pre-market. You're right. So Kohl's is tomorrow before the market opens. Sorry, guys. Internal. When I finally leave, I'll publish all. I can't do that. I would never do that. But some of the emails we get, pretty wild. Boy, this forward, lots of shares available too. FWRD, FWRD, a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. What a collapse from, well, 3 weeks ago. $119 stock, 120, basically cut in half now. Half the time. Okay, well, let me. Now, is it possible you have surfing enabled? Is it possible? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I'm just gonna, once I left click on the chart and I click on the change or hit the change symbol, it shouldn't matter. Once you start type, well, let me try. Okay, so I'm gonna try to type as fast. MMM. Okay, there's 3M. Okay, I typed that fairly fast. MSFT. Oops, MSFT. Okay, I mean I did that very quickly. So far, I cannot duplicate what you're talking about. Now, is it in a doc? Okay, but you left click and then you start typing and something should show up. Now hit enter immediately. Okay. Left click, something should show up. Hit enter immediately. I mean, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe are too quick. I don't know. When you say you don't wait for it to show up, I hit enter. So you're saying you're trying to hit enter before you see the change symbol box? Okay, I see what you're trying, but you do left click. Okay, I'm going to close my eyes. Okay, well, I mean, I just typed in some random bunch of symbols. It did show up. Okay, well, let me, well, then slow down, guys. I mean, I'm going to type in Tesla as fast as I can. Well, I mistyped it. It's not happening with me. I mean, I typed it in. I typed it wrong again. Well, I don't know what to say. I cannot duplicate that. I just typed in Tesla as fast as I could, and I didn't wait for the box to pop up. I wasn't even looking, and then it appeared. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Maybe just, can you pause half a nanosecond? No, I had that problem in a dock. Let me bring up a dock again. You would think I could type it a little faster, but just give me a moment. Okay, PSLA. Oh, now what I was finding is in a dock it could happen. Good grief, Barry. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm trying to duplicate what you guys are talking about. I'm typing as fast as I can. I'm not even looking at the change symbol box. And so far it's kind of worked. Okay, I'm gonna go back to our charts and just see. Now, are we talking two different things though? I mean, are we talking about the charts not loading as fast as you want? That's a different issue. That is a very different issue. Oh, they're blank. Wow, interesting. I mean, it's my complaint is that our charts don't load as fast as I'd like, but look at this, and I'm going to type it in. I'm not even going to look. I mean, look at the struggle to get through that high of yesterday. And now listen, it may just need some volume, get some volume coming in, and just pop it through yesterday's high. That could really get it to rip. Yeah, I see. We're getting this. Well, KSS coming into the 200-day moving average, 25.95. So ahead of earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Now, this is a retailer, of course. So it's being hammered down like most of the other retailers. Look at it. Look at it. It just keeps moving down ahead of earnings tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you're probably right. I mean, because this would have caught a lot, obviously, longer term shareholders completely unawares. You know, the day before yesterday, it closed at 30 at 74, and they wake up, to that news. All right, guys, I'm not really seeing too much that I'm interested in right now. The only thing I've got is a little bit of that NSSC just in case it takes it out, that 69 out, 0.69, that price, and moves from there. Other than that, I've got nothing. I was looking maybe to get into that FN, but I don't know. Had a pretty good day. I don't want to give much back. And plus, to go long anything right now, I mean, we're definitely bucking the market. I mean, now everything is down. NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. So there is no, well, there's still a minor disconnect. The Dow is down a lot more than the NAS, but it's just tough to commit to anything long right now, unless it's got some. It could be an earnings play, I suppose, that is just sort of not caring what the market's doing, kind of like an FN. But now I will say this: is that with the VFS, we will be interested in the VFS if it gets over that high here. I know I'd be giving up an immense amount, 42, but did get up to 47. But if later on in the day, I mean, if this starts to get some volume coming back, but again, it may not happen. This may be it. Boy, look at Nvidia. Just Every little pop is met with some selling. I'm not looking at NVIDIA, the stock. I'm looking at NVDL, but it's the same thing. Let's just take a look at NVDS. This is what would have been enough yesterday. This was down all day yesterday as in NVIDIA was moving higher. Look at this. I mean, this was just tanking as NVIDIA, the stock was moving higher. Again, this is what you would buy if you wanted to short NVIDIA. Now, you wouldn't buy it yesterday because it was doing this, but if you wanted to short NVIDIA, look at this. Look at this move. You would have bought, you could buy this and a heck of a lot cheaper than having to go and short whatever NVIDIA is now, $450 stock or whatever it is. You just go ahead and buy this. You know what I haven't seen is Nordstrom's. I know Nordstrom's was active in the pre-market. I haven't really seen it. They have earnings coming up on the 24th, so that is a couple of days. Yeah, I mean, there's Nordstrom's, but we really haven't seen it hitting any. The reason why the relative volume is too low. Minimum here is three, six is here, eight in the breakouts and downs. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Boy, what a snoozer DKS has been after the big gap down. Massive gap down in the pre-market, opening 15-minute candle, big gap down, but since then, just kind of doing nothing. Holly or HOLI. Wow, yeah, big move in the pre-market. Big move in the pre-market. Fell down. Another China stock, not a low float. Well, guys, I don't really see much happening right now, so I'm just going to I'm not going to force any trade. I was thinking of trying to force an FN trade, but I have to question why would I do it? All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Why am I on mute? All right. So what you didn't see then, okay. So what I did with this NSSC, I clicked the buy button, and now it's disappeared. Hmm. Now, why did they get canceled? Yeah, this has to be made way, way easier. Because I clicked the buy button and I said, okay, let's buy this. Oops, let's click the buy button and let's buy this at say a little break over 24. 2407. Ah, that's what it was. You're right. It timed out. It probably did time out. I forget about that. That's why I have to edit the time. Yeah, I have to edit this. Yeah, time in force was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So let's make that 20 seconds. Things that people just, I mean, I forgot. So what you're seeing, I did, guys. I mean, what you have to do now, you have to assign a strategy to the buy button, one strategy to this to the buy button. So, for instance, if you see here, you see this one that says long. Well, L, that's for a long strategy, and it's on. So you could have a bunch of long strategies, but you have to you can only you assign one of them to the buy button. And so this is going to buy 5,000 at the market with a stop at the low. So I've told it to buy right here. And there's my stop right at the low of the day, which of course now I'm going to raise it. The problem with doing it like this, though, is that it's going to share size you as if the stop is at the low of the day. I believe so, anyway. We have to make it way easier. Hit that buy button, and maybe something pops up here, and you can just do it all here. You don't have to sign any specific because what you're doing is you're having to sign the same strategy to the buy button, maybe on a different chart or a different thing. You don't want to necessarily do the same thing. All right, guys, guess what? Guess what? VFS is rearing its head again, and some volume is kind of coming in here. You'd like to see about 1 million shares in the 15. But yeah, I mean, super, super risky. I'm looking at the spread right now. Yeah, 38.60, 39.06. Yeah, I mean, the 15 looks good, it's had the pullback and now it's trying, but look at the spread, 38.80, 9 and 39.11, so it's tightened up a little bit. I mean, that spread won't matter, of course, if it moves 4 or $5. Problem is we don't know it will. I'm gonna stick an alert around 40.53 for this one, 40.53. All right, guys. 2:11. Got another 50 minutes or so, 50 minutes or so in the room. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but right now, give me one moment. Okay, Mateen, and by the way, welcome to Trade Ideas. How many trades does the AI generally? I would say less than 10. I mean, some days, I mean, today, what is it, 5? I would say generally less than 10. Okay. I don't have like an average number or anything like that, but generally I would say less than 10. Okay. And the first alert, you will not get the first alert until 9:40. Okay. Nothing happens in the pre-market. The last one, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we used to have something called Power Hour. I haven't seen that one for a long, long, long time. Most of the alerts will happen before noon. Okay. I would say most of the alerts probably between 9:40 and I don't know, 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's a good question, PJ. It's a good question. I think they have finally realized that, putting they say they're going to do something regarding at least a more visible link to the room. It's not just me, okay? It's the other traders are saying the same thing. And I think we received over 100, not just from this room, of course, obviously not, but about 110 emails saying, "What the heck did you do? Where is, why did you hide the link?" We may differ there, PJ, but that's okay. Okay, I thought so. I thought so. All right, guys. Well, yeah, and the problem with that is that we want the room to be free because, the whole idea is to use it as marketing. And I try not to be overbearing, all day long, telling people to take out subscriptions. Okay. So, but the whole idea is to make it a marketing effort, and try to do the best I can without, making it very annoying to people having to tell me, take a subscription, take a subscription. I don't think I'm like that. Speaking of subscriptions, a segue. Okay, click on my homepage link. So take a subscription, guys. Take a subscription. I can't do it. Okay, guys. So if you do want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. If you want a yearly subscription, I can give you a promo for 25%. Just let me know. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Very importantly, I mean, some of the obvious stuff to download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans and top list windows and alert windows. Guys, it is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. So take the time, go through, spend 30 minutes to get and familiarize yourself a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. Trading 101. Well, if you were in the YouTube room today, Michael Noss was there and he put this video together, not video, but a series of videos, starting off with what is a stock. So, I mean, if you're looking for a real primer about trading, Trading 101 is for you and it is free. I do a stock of the day video. This is free also. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. The last two have not triggered, so they're not bad. They just haven't triggered. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry and it never got to the entry price. Big education section is here. And my scans, here are my scans, the ones that I'm sharing. So here are a couple of races that I got, pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to kind of set the tone for the day. What stocks may be active once the market starts, either on the upside or the downside. There's my halts resumes that can be really active during the course of a day. And there's the abnormal option activity scan right up here, giving us wonderful alerts. And the 10-day daily breakout and down. You don't see it. It's on my other monitor, but this is what it looks like. Actually, no, not quite. I don't have it in the docked version with all these four together. You can pick and choose which ones you want. And then the daily reversals, which is probably not going to, well, it's not going to be too active going forward because a lot of the daily reversals would be earnings plays. A lot of them would be earnings plays, a stock that really maybe gapped down on earnings the day before and then it had a big recovery the next day, or vice versa. So we're not going to see probably too many daily reversals. I mean, last week this window was full, but that's okay. You can always the old cliche, quality over quantity. You got it, Daniel. Okay, good. So again, guys, this is the theme is this. You want to keep this room free. I know I keep saying it like that, but hey, why not? You want to keep this room free? The way we do it is that you take a subscription using that link, okay? The room will get credit. The company then knows, sees, okay, the room is working. All I ask. I'm not saying you have to, I'm not badgering anybody to take out a subscription if they don't want to. I'm just saying when you want to, when you find the time is right, just you can either do a couple things. You can save my homepage link and then click on it and get to this page and use that promo code. Okay, that's all I ask. And of course, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scan section and the education section anytime you want. Wonder what the Market Explorer would do for you, John. Just going to click on New and then Market Explorer window. And then these, okay, so weekly chart swing setups. How about the pullback weekly? Let's just see what it looks like. Let's take a look at some of the scans that have come through. So there's Guild, pullback to the weekly, and now maybe moving as an example. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to see, but a lot of them might look kind of the same. Yeah, a lot of them have dropped, and then see this purple line is automatically drawn. That is this is part that's part of the ME service. Now it is an add-on. This is a $49 a month add-on, not just this one, but any of the AVWA pullbacks or scans like this. Any of the ones here, there are quite a few of them. Oops. But I'm just wondering, maybe that's something that you would like. I don't know. It's just a matter of going through them. I know I heard Michael talk about Dole. I mean, what it's doing, it's pulling into, see, it's a pullback into the VWAP. I can see it right there, pull back into the VWAP, that purple line, and it's been automatically drawn. So to me, if I were into something like this, I'd be just going through the different charts different symbols. And if I see a chart I like, I say, okay, there's one. They're not all going to be what you want, of course, but something might you might look at it and go, all right, this is what I'm looking for. Because you're not going to get so many that it's going to be well, maybe you do. Well, some of these are going back to 814. Okay, so you could these are today's or yesterday's. There weren't any today. Yeah, hi. Oh, wait a minute. Unfortunately, the question in our YouTube room, we do not have, believe it or not, we do not have EMAs and filters. Only SMAs. You can put EMAs on our charts, but we don't have EMAs in filters. You can put EMAs on a chart, but you cannot. We don't scan on EMAs. A lot of SMAs you can scan on, but not EMAs. Another earnings plan. Now, make sure. Yes. 22nd. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Didn't look bad. Look at Urban Outfitters. Didn't look that bad. There's your reaction after hours. The Move area. Market opens. And with many, many, many of the retailers, they're doing this. I agree. But you know what? Support at trade-ideas.com. It's been a question that's been asked for years. Why don't you guys have EMA filters? That's all I can do. I can't, I have no clout with the company but our customers, you get enough people clamoring for it. Retail after retail after retail. So there's Macy's and Urban Outfitters and Kohl's. Kohl's might be sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Yeah, look at that, sitting right on the 200-day moving average. It has earnings tomorrow morning before the market opens. Let me, I was thinking about this when I was on my break. I want to talk a little bit about VFS. I mean, fantastic when you get into one of these and you're on the right side, something like that. That 15-minute candle, and then the next one. I mean, that just kept running and running and running before it pulled back. So let's just say, for argument's sake, he said, okay, I'll only take 200 shares. I'll put a $2 stop on it. Okay, so I'm going to risk $400. And the reason being is that this thing could, run 8, 10, $12. Okay. So the risk reward looks good. Here's the problem. You get into the trade and then it starts moving against you. You're down $1. So again, remember you took 200 shares with a $2 risk. I'm just using this as an example. So and now you're down $1. So now you're down $200, and now it starts approaching down being $2, down that 400 that you said, well, okay, that's what I'll risk. This is what happens many, many times. I know because I did it. I used to do it all the time. Convincing yourself that it would come back and it would have that multiple of 5, 10 times. Okay. And so ignoring that $400 loss, allowing it to turn into 500, 600, even 800, even 1,000, because you're so convinced it's going to come back because it did in the past. And then the sweat is pouring down, and then eventually, maybe now you're down $1,500 and you sell. And then it does come back, but you know what? By that time, it's way too late. And that's what can happen with these ones. It's really hard sometimes to obey your stop. It really is, because you're so convinced and you're looking at a move. Yeah, but it moved from 18 to $47, two and a half times, 250%. And you're just counting your riches. And that's why these are difficult. Somebody asked me earlier, how do I trade this? This is total gut for me. Okay. Total. Well, that's the other thing, Leanne. So Leanne saying she's double double your profit target. So I'm really having a hard time not taking more trades. Well, here's the deal, because yeah, sometimes you get into a great day and you start to feel somewhat invincible. Everything's working. Why wouldn't I keep doing this? I'm on a roll. And so now what I do, if I feel like I've done pretty well, especially early on, I don't necessarily stop trading, but if I were risking $500 a trade, I might reduce that to $200 a trade, as in just throwing numbers out there. I will reduce my risk. Okay, that's what I do anyway. Yeah, and then it becomes, yeah, your day trade that went horribly against you turns into a swing trade. Yes. Are you serious about the mask mandates? Oh well, whatever. Another retailer just taking it on the chin, guys. BJ, another all time. No, sorry, did not mean to say all time low. Of course it isn't, but the next low looking left is right there. Next low looking left is 66.80, so it's right there. If it takes out 66.80, 67.07. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, Shaw. Money management is the absolute key to everything. Everything. I don't care what trading style you want to adopt, but money management is the key. And I haven't gotten over money management for a while, but just to say this, things like if you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense not to risk $1,000 a trade and having a stop. So, if and I try to keep my trade Risk amount about the same every trade. As I said earlier, though, I will drop my risk amount if I'm up what I think is a decent number for the day. And so if if I still want to keep trading, I will drop my risk amount. Risk amount meaning, if I'm risking a $500 a trade, I might drop it to $200 a trade. If I'm risking $1,000 a trade, I'll drop it to, $400 a trade, whatever that percentage is. And then of course, obeying your stop. And I can't emphasize enough, because commissions are so cheap now that it used to be to get in and out of a trade was almost, I mean, it was hard. I mean, commissions in the old days, it could be two, three, four, $500 a trade when you had to go through your broker. Seriously. So pretty tough to get in and out of trades. But now there's no excuse. Hmm, I'll let it go. Look at ACMR, guys. This is an interesting one. Maybe tomorrow. Um, the next high looking left for ACMR on the weekly chart is 15,858. So that's about 70 cents away. And then 1685. I don't know what happened with ACMR today. It's on an earnings play. Just trying to see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any. Earnings were on the 4th. I don't think that really had anything to do with it. So this was the earnings reaction. So, that red candle, it did move up, but it sold right off. Well, Shady, that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see what will happen. Guys, that FN, I'm not in it. PJ, you in the FN? I should have taken a small amount, wider stop. High right now is 154.47. All right, guys. There's urban. Yeah, so this is after hours, earnings after hours for urban. Could be coming into a support area around 34. Yeah, well, look at XRT. I mean, XRT is just a real mess. Broke down through the 200-day moving average. I mean, it touched it 2 days ago, but closed above it. Tried to touch it yesterday, but did close above it. But right now, that's a big red bar through the 200-day moving average for retail. All right, guys, 2:41, so about 20 minutes left. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I didn't really see any reaction. I didn't see any news coming out of Jackson Hole. I don't really know if they're done. Yeah, that NSSC. I mean, it really struggled to take out yesterday's high. I mean, it still might happen, but couldn't seem to do it. On Friday, okay. Yeah, I mean, it got a little bit above that 69 cent mark, but not much, and it just couldn't really take it out. Okay, why did I think it was, maybe I read the email wrong this morning. Just trying to find that email. Anyway. Boy, this is just penny by penny by penny. BJ's Wholesale Club Holdings. What do they do? We don't have them in Canada. Seem they do a lot of different things. Just looking at, I mean, this may be old, but I mean, look at their profile. They seem to do a lot of uh, warehouse clubs, grocery, household and pet, television, electronics, furniture. Well, looks like everything but wine. Okay, Costco or Sam's Club. Thank you. We have Costco in Canada, no Sam's Club, but we do have a Costco. Well, we have more than one. I used to have a Costco membership. Why, I don't know. I didn't really need a 10-gallon jar of ketchup, but well, even then we didn't stock up. I just have I mean, I don't know. I have a tough time. Think we're going to go into a big lockdown again, but who knows? Well, Coles continues. Boy, just inch. And now right through that 200-day moving average. Wow. Next low looking left is 25.76. And if it takes that out, for an end of day trade, I mean, 25.18, anything is possible. Oh, guys, VFS, keep an eye on VFS. I mean, this may not be over. Let's take a look at what volume came in here, but don't ruin if you had a good day, don't ruin it by doing something stupid with this. Okay. I have an alert. You can see exactly where my alert is. It looks like 39.87, just underneath 40. Why? Because we've got one, two, and now this candle hit that price. Well, that was 40.50. Sorry, that's 40.50, and that's 40.54, 40.54, 40.50, and that hit 40.48. So you can see We had 3 candles now, 15-minute candles go into the 40, 50 mark. Yeah, that is that Vietnamese EV player. Yes, it is. With now a market cap, well, one was up here anyway. I think a market cap which was about the same as GM. Makes sense. They've sold 6 cars or something. Yeah, it's an EV stock. Yeah. It was a SPAC last week that became, can't remember what the SPAC was, but it became VFS. Yeah, so it became VFS on the 15th. So a little over a week ago, but basically last week. BSAC. Thank you, Christine. Yeah. BSAQ. Oh, it will drop, but I mean, yeah, but you know what? People would have maybe thought here, here, here. Now it did finally drop here, here, but remember now, this went from $31 to 41. And I'm sure most people were saying, "Ah, I wish I had shorts, wish I had shorts, wish I had shorts, and then remember now, this before it pulled back, this got up to $47 and then it pulled back. So anybody who had shorts, maybe at, I don't know, center point, I mean, I'm sure maybe they were trying to guess a top awfully hard. Something like this, you can get killed. Well, Todd, can you send me a load of pumpernickel? That's a word I haven't said in I don't know how long. Yeah, guys, I mean, we're getting off the topic here. I'm gonna be shutting down in about 5 or 7 minutes. I have to admit, the only time I think I've ever been a little bit scared in my life was the first day going into the grocery store after this all started and seeing almost nothing there. And I thought, "Whoa, boy, okay." First time I thought, "Wow, okay." Now it didn't last. Even the following week. I mean, stuff wasn't back to certainly not back to normal, but but things were there. But there was no meat, there was nothing. Now, I don't want to get political on this, guys, okay? Whether vaccines work, whether masks work, whether we're going to stop that, please. Well, we all have our strong opinions, I'm sure one way or the other, but we will not get into that. Okay, guys, so I'm getting set to wrap up here. The only thing I would really watch, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, if this VFS can catch a bid, get some volume coming in, and it takes out this area right here, 40-50, it could have a late day run. I'm not saying to take the trade, but that is I won't be around. I'm going to hop on my bike for a ride, but so goods. What are you going to do with that? Are you going to hold it, or this is just for a day trade for the NVDL? No. With how many O's? One, two, three, four, five O's. Okay. I guess that's emphatic enough. Oh, I did not see your sold the credit. You lost me at credit spread. It's not a matter of not liking options. I don't. It's not. It's. I don't have a disdain for them. It's not. It's just that I haven't learned enough about them. So if you want to place a trade for me, okay. That's yeah. This is not. Yeah. This is not something I. I hate options. No. No. All right, guys. I think maybe I don't see any other questions right now. So, Alex, did you not hear my answer? Maybe you didn't hear my answer. Oh, I see. Okay. I did answer you at length 'cause I did see your question earlier. Okay. First of all, the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay. VWAP is just, it's the one number. It doesn't change, for the intraday. Oh, that's the VWAP right there. Okay. I only use the 200-day moving average, okay? I know some will maybe use the 200 or the 200 period average on the daily chart, I guess to call it correctly. There are people that will use maybe the 200 period on the 30-minute chart, and that's fine. I don't. Okay, I just don't. I'm keep it super simple. I just use the 200-day moving average, and then the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. It doesn't matter what time frame. The daily chart, always the daily chart. I've said this before that I don't have any facts to back it up, but I think that the 200-day moving average, so on the daily chart, is probably the most widely followed indicator out there, even for people who like me who don't follow a lot of indicators. And then probably the VWAP is number two. I may be wrong, but there's a segment on some program. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. So are those the only two? No. In fact, those aren't the Direxion ones. Direxion has a bunch, and then this. I know Pepe's going to beat me to it, but Global something or other. They've got I think they have Apple, and there were a few of them. Tesla. Tesla's another one. Google has one. What doesn't have one is Netflix. There sort of trades at a form, but I mean Netflix doesn't have one. So we do know there's Nvidia. We know Google. We know, I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know about Amazon, Apple, and Tesla. There we go. So Brooke is putting in the ones from Direxion. And then Pepe will put in the one from Granite, not Global. It's called Granite. Granite something or other. No, Nvidia is tomorrow. Okay. Nvidia is tomorrow, I believe after the market. Yeah, 23rd post market. So Nvidia is after the market closes tomorrow. So you see what Brooke did? Brooke was a smart person and copied those links that Pepe probably put in. So in the general market talk, you can see these, you can click on these two links, and this will show you the stocks that have their own kind of personal ETFs. Vicky comes in for the bounce, or the bang bang, bounce, whatever you're going to call it. Well, not me, because I'm shutting it down, guys. So all right, guys, you're on your own. Yeah, you're on your own. Thanks for all the help. Let me see if I got to grab that gear really quickly. See what I do? I grab the gear really quickly, close the room. Thank you for all the help, everybody. I don't see any other questions, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, guys, same with you YouTubers.